Chapter 709. Yu Qianshou was slightly stunned. There were many familiar faces among this group of people from Huaxia. He muttered to himself, "Why are these people here to join in the fun? This isn't a place for you to join in the fun. You can't afford to play." A group of flying artifacts stopped tens of meters away. The feudal lords, standing on the second peak, stared at these people coldly. The Huaxia cultivators sized up the four people standing on the peak anxiously. Many of them were stunned because one of them was very eye-catching. It was hard not to recognize him. The group of people was speechless. Why is Yu Qianshou here? Moreover, he was standing high above the feudal lords. Not to mention them, even the feudal lords were puzzled when they saw Yu Qianshou here. Although the Huaxia cultivators didn't recognize by Changchun, the temperament of the four people was obvious. There was no need to mention Yu Qianshou. The red-haired, red-bearded, bare-chested old man and the handsome middle-aged man didn't match the image of the world's #1 expert in the legends. Only the green-robed old man had a thin face, and his eyes were filled with a supercilious indifference. He stood there motionlessly, yet he gave off a feeling that he was one with the world. He was probably the #1 person in the world in the legends. Yu Qianshou stared coldly at Feng Xiangtian, the sect leader of Fuxian Island. He sneered and said, "Sect leader Feng, it's been a long time. I wonder why you're here." Feng Xiangtian was a sect leader, so he wasn't someone who didn't know the severity of the situation. Since Yu Qianshou could stand here and speak first, he was already not someone Fuxian Island could afford to offend. He didn't care about his reputation anymore. He had to drink the bitter wine he brewed himself. He squeezed out a smile and cupped his hands. Our Huaxia cultivators have been protected by Elder Bai for many years. Today we heard that Elder Bai is going to the East Holy Land. Huaxia's 373 sect leaders came to send you off as a token of our goodwill. May I know which one is Elder Bai? Please allow us to thank you." The lords of the various countries looked at each other. Even Yu Qianshou didn't expect nearly 400 sect leaders to come from Huaxia's cultivation world. Didn't that mean all the sects were here? What were these people trying to do? They were here to see Bai Changchun, so Yu Qianshou couldn't say anything. However, Bai Changchun didn't say anything either. It was as if he hadn't heard anything. At that moment, a flying artifact flew out from the Huaxia's formation, attracting everyone's attention. Yu Qianshou took a casual glance and immediately recognized them. They were people from the four great clans. The four clan leaders stood at the front of the flying artifact. The rest of the Chinese cultivation world didn't know Bai Changchun, but the four great families' patriarchs had seen him before. Now that the patriarch was in front of them, they naturally had to come out and greet him. Bai Shouji, a descendant of the Bai family, greets the ancestor. Bai Shouji knelt on the flying magic tool in front of everyone with an emotional expression. The two Bai clan elders behind him also lifted their long robes in excitement and knelt down to pay their respects. The ancestor's name shook the world. As a descendant, he felt honored. Wu clan, Jing clan, and Tan clan's juniors greet ancestor. The 3 clan leaders and 2 clan elders each knelt. Putting aside the other 3 clans, just Bai Shouji's words alone had shocked everyone. His surname was Bai, and he called Bai Changchun old ancestor. Didn't that mean, other than Yu Qianshou and Nongzhu, who were in the know, everyone else, including Nanming old ancestor, were shocked speechless? Especially those from Huaxia's cultivation world. They were all dumbfounded. At that moment, someone vaguely remembered that the 4 clans once had a very powerful figure. However, it was just a rumor without any proof. They didn't expect it to be the world's #1 expert, Bai Changchun. Everyone's gaze moved back and forth between the 4 clans and Bai Changchun. Bai Changchun stared at the 4 clans and sighed. "What are you doing here?" There was a rare softness in his tone. No matter how ruthless he was, the 4 families in front of him were still his descendants. Now that he was leaving, his future was uncertain. Perhaps after this farewell, he would never have the chance to meet them again. Once Bai Changchun spoke, everyone's guess about the 4 clans became certain. They were really Bai Changchun's descendants. Oh my, he was Bai Changchun. The Huaxia cultivators first looked at Bai Changchun with great respect. Then, they looked at the 4 clans with complicated expressions. All of them cursed in their hearts. The four clans hid themselves too well. They had such a powerful backer, but they never revealed it. No wonder the four clans always advanced and retreated together. They were a family that wore the same pants. What's more, the sects that had conflict with the four clans and had evil designs on the four clans were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. By Shoji, who was kowtowing, stood up and said excitedly, "Ancestor, I heard that you were going to the Holy East Land. How can the descendants of the four clans not come to send you off? Otherwise, we will be scolded by our descendants as unfilial descendants. Please don't be angry, Ancestor. Please forgive us." "Forget it." Bai Changchun raised his hand at the four clans and said, "Get up." "Thank you, Ancestor." The four clans kowtowed and stood up. They looked at Bai Changchun excitedly. Apart from the four clan heads, the other six clan elders had never seen Bai Changchun before. Originally, some of the six elders had doubts about the four clan heads going to the Demon Ghost region to see Bai Changchun. Now, all their doubts were gone. All that was left was excitement. Ancestor's might shook the world. He was truly the world's #1 expert. This glory was enough for future generations to praise and be proud of. "Yu Qianshou," Bai Changchun suddenly called out. Yu Qianshou was stunned. He thought that Bai Changchun wouldn't reveal their master-disciple relationship in front of everyone. However, since he had called out to him in front of everyone, it was time to announce their relationship. He immediately bowed and said, "Disciple is here." "Ah, he is." The surroundings immediately became chaotic, and a wave of exclamations rang out. Everyone was stunned and looked at Bai Changchun and Yu Qianshou in disbelief. These two are actually master and disciple? Oh my God! Many of the feudal lords were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Almost everyone had a part in hunting down Yu Qianshou. Fortunately, that kid was lucky. If something really happened to him, it would be a big joke. Who was Bai Changchun? There was no need to doubt what would happen to him. Many people cursed Yu Qianshou's 18 generations of ancestors in their hearts. He was forced to such a point, yet he still didn't reveal his backer. Even if he wanted to die, he didn't need to drag them down with him. Thank goodness, thank goodness, thank goodness this brat is still alive and kicking. The expressions of the soul formation stage feudal lords were rich and colorful. Now many people finally understood. No wonder this kid was always hanging out with Nomju. No wonder when Lan Feng began to support this kid after returning from the demon domain. No wonder this kid dared to run amok in the cultivation world and was not afraid of anything. It turned out that he had Bai Changchun behind him. No wonder he was qualified to stand beside Bai Changchun now. The people of the Huaxia cultivation world all stared at Yu Qianshou with complicated and fiery expressions. His background was too powerful. When this truth was announced, it was like a bolt from the blue to everyone. All of them were stunned. Bai Changchun stared at the four major families and said slowly, "If the four families live their lives according to their own will, if they encounter any trouble in the future, they don't seek to live forever and don't seek to be illustrious. As long as it's within your ability, there's no need to force it. You can be a little more considerate. This can also be considered as fulfilling the relationship between me and the four families." Yu Qianshou didn't give any guarantee. He just cupped his hands and said indifferently, "Rest assured, Master. This disciple will remember." Bai Changchun nodded slightly and waved to the four families. "There's nothing for you to do here. Go back quickly and live your own lives." The four families looked at each other. They were here to send off their ancestor. Now that the ancestor hadn't been sent off, how could they go back? Seeing that the four wanted to say something, Yu Qianshou glanced at the soul formation stage feudal lords and said sternly, "For family heads, don't say anything more. Listen to Master's arrangements and go back immediately. Don't make Master angry. Otherwise, you will all be unfilial descendants." At this point, the four families didn't dare to disobey their ancestor. They all knelt again and said, "Yes, Ancestor. Farewell, Ancestor." Then, they stood up and flew around the various sects on their flying Dharma artifact. Under the envious gazes of the sects, they quickly flew back to Huaxia. At this time, there was a commotion among the sects in Huaxia. They must have secretly sent the same message. They all bowed to Bai Changchun and said, "Greetings, Senior Bai." Yu Qianqiu looked at these people speechlessly. He didn't know what they wanted to do. But this time he was suddenly stunned. Among the people bowing, there were 4 women in white standing on a flying Dharma artifact behind the people from Fuxian Island. 2 of them bowed, and the other 2 stood straight. They didn't bow. They were very eye-catching in the crowd. Yu Qianqiu knew the person in the lead. It was the Moon Clan master, Jade Flower Fairy. Jade Flower Fairy was biting her lips and staring at them. Hua Rui, who was standing beside her, was also looking at them in astonishment. Yu Qianqiu guessed what they were looking at. He tilted his head and was slightly stunned. Suddenly, he understood everything. They were looking at none other than the elegant island master of the South Sea Purple Bamboo Forest, the famous Mr. Nongzhu. Nongzhu also looked at Jade Flower Fairy with a dumbfounded expression. He probably didn't expect to meet Jade Flower Fairy on Xianxian Island. The man and the woman finally met each other. Yu Qianqiu immediately lowered his head and laughed. He wanted to find a chance to drag Jade Flower Fairy to the South Sea Purple Bamboo Forest to discuss Nongzhu. Now it seemed that there was no need at all. He didn't need to think about being the bad guy anymore. He just needed to watch the show. Seeing him laughing like this, Bai Changchun and the Nanming Patriarch looked at him with questioning eyes. When Yu Qianqiu noticed their eyes, he immediately felt that he had lost his composure. He coughed and straightened his expression. First, he sent a voice transmission to Bai Changchun. "Master, the beautiful woman standing at the front is Zi's mother." Then, as if wanting the world to be in chaos, he sent a telepathic message to Grandmaster Nanming. "Senior Nanming, the beautiful woman standing at the very front is an old flame that Senior Nongzhu secretly dumped. We haven't seen her for many years. Don't tell others that I said it." Chapter 710. Bai Changchun was already looking at Ziyi's mother. Ancestor Nanming asked in disbelief, "Nongzhu's lover? Really? You're not lying to me, are you?" "Senior Nanming, what are you talking about? I'm famous for my credibility. Everyone in the cultivation world knows that. I've never lied in my life. That woman is the leader of the Moon Clan of Huaxia. People call her Fairy Qianghua. If you don't believe me, you can ask Senior Nongzhu. I promise I'm telling the truth. But don't tell him I said it, or he'll fight me to the death." "Okay, I know. Fairy Qianghua, the leader of the Moon Clan of Huaxia." Ancestor Nanming tilted his head and looked at Nongzhu. Seeing her dumbfounded look, he immediately believed Yu Qianqiu's words. He rolled his eyes and shouted at Fairy Qianghua, "Is that the leader of the Moon Clan, Fairy Qianghua?" His words shocked everyone. Everyone looked at Ancestor Nanming, wondering how he knew Fairy Qianghua. Because of Yu Nantian and Hui Zoming's mistakes, the feudal lords of the various countries immediately let their imaginations run wild. Could it be that the Nanming old ancestor had also taken a fancy to this woman? Fairy Qianghua turned a deaf ear and kept biting her lips while looking at Nongzhu. On the other hand, Nongzhu was almost the same. Hua Rui came to her senses. She quickly pulled Fairy Qianghua and repeated what Ancestor Nanming said. People who could stand next to Bai Changchun were not ordinary people. They couldn't afford to offend them at all. However, her brother-in-law, the handsome and peerless brother-in-law, the brother-in-law named Xiao Yao, the brother-in-law who suddenly disappeared with a baby, she would never mistake him for someone else. That mortal from the mortal world was now standing at the peak of the cultivation world with Bai Changchun. Who exactly was he? Fairy Qianghua came back to her senses. She looked a bit sad. She turned and bowed slightly to Ancestor Nanming. "I'm the leader of the Moon Clan, Qianghua. How do you know me? Forgive this junior's poor eyesight, but I don't think I've seen Senior before." Ancestor Nanming, who had been beaten up by Nongzhu in the dark because he had pinched Nongzhu's but was wearing a pair of red underpants. With his hands on his hips, he laughed out loud and said, "I am the island master of Xianxian Island. In the cultivation world, people call me Ancestor Nanming." His arrogant and proud laughter echoed in all directions. All the sects in Huaxia were astonished. It turned out that this was Nanming Ancestor, one of the four great men who was equally famous as Bai Changchun in the cultivation world. Xianghua Fairy was also slightly surprised. She bowed again and said, "Senior Nanming, it's my honor to meet you." Ancestor Nanming glanced at Nongzhu and saw that she was glaring at him. He was too lazy to pay attention to her and continued to laugh. "I've long heard of Fairy Qionghua's great name. I would like to do my best as a host and invite you to stay on Xianxian Island as a guest. Would you be willing to give me face?" Qianghua Fairy glanced at Nongzhu and replied solemnly, "How can I reject your invitation?" "Good, good, good." Ancestor Nanming laughed and said "good" 3 times in a row. Then he stopped talking. Almost everyone present could not wrap their head around this and did not know what was going on. Bai Changchun, on the other hand, glanced at Yu Qianshou, who was standing obediently on the side. Nongzhu frowned and seemed to have figured something out in an instant. She stared angrily at Yu Qianshou, who looked like an honest man, and asked him telepathically, "Yu Qianshou, was it you who told Nanming Ancestor Nanming?" Yu Qianshou immediately denied it with telepathy. "No. Bullsh asterisk T. Out of the 4 of us, only you and I have seen her. How could Nanming Ancestor Nanming know that she is Qianghua Fairy, the head of the Moon Clan? Who else could it be if it wasn't you? Don't accuse a good person here. I was just wondering how Senior Nanming knew her." Yu Qianshou replied, "Do you think it's possible that old Ancestor Nanming really admired Fairy Viburnum's name for a long time? In addition to Fairy Viburnum's outstanding appearance, he guessed it immediately. Oh my god, could it be that Senior Nanming has taken a fancy to Fairy Jasper Flower? Oh my god, then you guys are..." Nongzhu's teeth hurt when she heard this. The muscles on her face twitched and a trace of panic flashed across her face. She turned to look at the smiling Ancestor Nanming and found that he was staring at Qianghua Fairy with an expression that he had never shown to any woman before. The more she looked like Qianghua Fairy. It was really like what Yu Qianshou had said. At this moment, Bai Changchun slowly floated up into the sky and turned to face the black whirlpool and the white fog that enveloped the East Holy Land. His body gradually rose into the sky. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the rising figure in the green robe. They all knew what he was going to do. The blue sky, the blue sea, the East Pole opened. Bai Changchun slowly rose into the sky, ready to take the risk alone. Although the figure in the green robe was thin, it gave people a sense of heroism at this moment. Nongzhu and Ancestor Nanming's expressions instantly became solemn, and they were vaguely worried. The lords of various countries looked a little expectant, as if they could not wait for Bai Changchun to leave quickly. As for Yu Qianshou, he seemed to be a little indifferent. He only came here to see how his master entered the legendary East Holy Land. If it was not for the long talk that lasted through the night, Yu Qianshou would probably also be worried about Bai Changchun. However, after the long talk that lasted through the night, he knew the details of Bai Changchun's cultivation, and basically, he was not worried anymore. Moreover, just in case, he even revealed the secret of the golden bead teleportation and even gave Bai Changchun a bunch of small silver beads, so that if Bai Changchun encountered any danger that he could not solve, he could immediately contact him, and he would immediately move Bai Changchun out. All the Huaxia cultivators looked at each other, and they all looked at Feng Xiangtian expectantly. Feng Xiangtian had no choice but to bite the bullet and shout loudly, "Senior Bai, the Huaxia cultivation world is in danger. Please save us, Senior." Bai Changchun turned a deaf ear to him and continued to rise. He was already close to the center of the black vortex. Swoosh. The lords of various countries stared at Feng Xiangtian like sharp blades, and they could not wait to poke a bloody hole in his body. What does this guy want to do? Does he want to summon Bai Changchun back to deal with us? Feng Xiangtian immediately felt chills all over his body when he was stared at by these people. However, the more he was at this juncture, the more he wanted to save himself. Just as he was about to call for help again, he saw a transparent light shield suddenly appear around Bai Changchun's body. Obviously, Bai Changchun was ready to go in. "Senior Bai, the Huaxia cultivation world is in danger. Please save us, Senior." Feng Xiangtian shouted loudly again and again. However, Bai Changchun did not care about him at all. Even the lords of various countries could not be bothered to reason with him for the time being. All their attention was focused on the sky, and they could not take their eyes off him. Even with Bai Changchun's cultivation, he had released protective aura to protect his body. It could be seen that he did not dare to underestimate the situation and had made thorough preparations. In the rapidly spinning black vortex, dense electric snakes shuttled back and forth like a net, like a monster opening its huge mouth to devour, staring at the green-robed figure floating in the air. Because of the sudden appearance of Bai Changchun in the wind gap, the originally whirling black vortex sucker suddenly made the invisible wind pillar that had no resistance become chaotic, almost turning into tangible wind blades, whipping at Bai Changchun's protective aura chi. Woo-woo, swoosh swoosh. A shrill and strange sound appeared in the sky, like a giant beast opening its fangs with lightning and roaring. Suddenly, Bai Changchun's figure shot toward the center of the black vortex like a green meteor. Everyone's eyes could hardly react, and they saw the figure crash into the center of the black vortex in the blink of an eye. In an instant, rapid flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder appeared in the black vortex, as if the intruding figure had created a wave that resembled lightning. Then, the movement gradually calmed down, and Bai Changchun's figure completely disappeared in the black vortex. Everyone present held their breaths with rapt attention. No one even breathed loudly. Although they saw Bai Changchun enter, they still stared fixedly at the black whirlpool with lightning bolts swirling around it. After a long time, it was estimated that the 6 hours of the opening of the Holy East Land was over. The black vortex embedded in the white fog gradually shrank, and the lightning in it shone with green light. Finally, along with the shrinking black vortex, it disappeared in the vast white fog. In an instant, the world returned to normal, and the rapid spinning sound disappeared. There was only the sound of the sea breeze blowing and the sound of the waves hitting the rocky shore. Everyone came back to their senses and looked at each other, especially the lords of the various countries. All of them let out a sigh of relief and looked at each other with an irrepressible smile of excitement. The number one expert in the world who had suppressed everyone for many years was finally gone. The terrifying expert who made everyone tremble with fear was finally gone. The god of death finally went to the Holy East Land where he would never return. The stone that had been pressing on everyone's hearts for many years was finally removed. The haze that had shrouded their hearts for many years was finally blown away. Breathing in the free sea breeze of Xian Island, they could feel a trace of sweetness. Pei Fong's eyes flickered as he looked around. After making eye contact with Qi Jiujuan and Ouyangde, Pei Fong couldn't help but let out an arrogant ga laughter towards the sky. The two of them also laughed heartily. Their laughter echoed in the sky above Xian Island. The time that belonged to them had finally arrived. Bai Changchun was gone, and Yin Baikong was dead. As long as the three of them united, Bing Chengzi and Hu Changsho would not be difficult to deal with. As long as they took care of these two. Although, when Lanfeng's cultivation was high, he was actually the easiest person to deal with. As long as they spent some time and played some tricks, they would not have to worry about not being able to deal with him. As long as they took care of these three people, from now on, no one in this world would be able to restrict their freedom. How could they not be happy when they thought of the day where they could freely roam the world after cultivating for a lifetime? The people of the Chinese cultivation world already felt that the situation was not good. They all regretted coming here. Now, it was tantamount to sending sheep into a tiger's mouth. All of them started to beat a retreat in their hearts and slowly retreated, hoping that the lords of the various countries would not bother with them now that they were in high spirits. This person could always come up with childish ideas to comfort me when he was on the verge of despair. Actually, most of the spirit-severing realm lords were indeed in high spirits and did not have any thoughts of taking care of them now. However, when Yin Ji glanced over, his killing intent instantly rose. He immediately shouted angrily, "All of you stop!" His proud disciple had died in the Chinese cultivation world. He had long since lost his good impression of the Chinese cultivators. How could he let them go now? Chapter 711. Before he finished speaking, Yanji's figure had already disappeared from where he was and blocked the retreat of the Huaxia sections. He floated in the air with a ferocious expression and sneered. "Want to run? Since you've delivered yourselves to me, why don't you all stay here?" The small sects that had been standing at the back immediately became the first to retreat. Some of them even almost bumped into Yanji, who had suddenly appeared. They were so frightened that they quickly retreated with their flying celestial devices. The Huaxia sects were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. They were all in a mess, huddling together and taking unnecessary precautions. Seeing this scene, many of the feudal lords burst into laughter. Yanji was obviously very proud of his ability to scare the Huaxia sects like this. He pointed at the sect that almost bumped into him and said arrogantly, "How dare you talk back to me? All of you kneel and kowtow to apologize, or I'll start with you first." There were only 3 people standing on the small, flying, celestial device. Hearing this, all of them were extremely indignant. However, they were no match for Yanji, who is a legendary soul formation expert. They might not be able to escape today. Nongzhu and the great ancestor of Nan, Ming, silently looked at the wild lords of the various countries and didn't say anything. These people had been suppressed by Bai Changchun for many years. Now that Bai Changchun had left, they would probably vent their pin-up anger on these Huaxia cultivators. It was understandable. But then again, did it matter to them whether the Huaxia cultivators lived or died? For those who struggled in the cultivation world, life and death were all decided in an instant. Life and death were not important. This was actually a part of cultivation. It all depended on whether one could break through safely. However, Yu Qianqiu's expression was not so good. He had long known that these Huaxia cultivators would definitely be unlucky to break through at this time. Otherwise, Bai Changchun wouldn't have let the 4 clans leave first. There were some things that Bai Changchun was well aware of. The world was full of misfortunes. Once he left, it would be useless to worry about what would happen after him. For the sake of his relationship with the 4 great families, he had stayed for a while and bought time for the 4 great families to leave. He had already done his best. Yu Qianqiu was well aware of this, which was why he helped Bai Changchun urge the 4 families to leave. Although he himself did not have a good impression of the people of the Chinese cultivation world, and after the long talk with Bai Changchun that night, his view of the situation was no longer limited to the Chinese cultivation world, but the whole world. If Yanji were to kill someone, he might weigh the pros and cons and turn a blind eye to it in order to protect himself. However, Yanji actually made a Chinese cultivator kneel and accept the humiliation. After all, he was born in the Huaxia cultivation world. It was difficult for him to watch the Huaxia cultivators being humiliated before their death. He had the urge to stand up for the Huaxia cultivators. This kind of impulsive nature was called bloodthirstiness. In his previous life, it was because of this kind of uncontrollable bloodthirstiness that ultimately led to the tragic end of his fate. Yu Qianqiu clenched his fists, but in the end, he still endured it. Nongzhu slightly tilted her head and glanced at him. At this moment, one of the 3 people on the flying celestial device that almost hit Yanji suddenly turned around and shouted, "Yu Qianqiu, I am Tu Yanfeng, an elder of the Huaxia Imperial Sword Sect. Do you remember what you said to me in the Cultivation Alliance?" Everyone stared at Yu Qianqiu. Nongzhu and the ancestor of Nanming also looked at him curiously, wondering what on earth Yu Qianqiu had said to him. Many Huaxia cultivators remembered that when Yu Qianqiu left the Cultivation Alliance, he had promised Tu Yanfeng that if the Imperial Sword Sect encountered any trouble, he could use the name of Yu Qianqiu. Tu Yanfeng was a straightforward person. Otherwise, he would not have clashed with Yu Qianqiu even though he knew that he was no match for him. At this critical moment, he still spoke tactfully. Although he wanted to beg Yu Qianqiu, he only reminded Yu Qianqiu if he still remembered what he had said in the past. If Yu Qianqiu had forgotten, he would not say anything more. He just wanted to try with a glimmer of hope. Yu Qianqiu was stunned. He stared at Tu Yanfeng's face and tried to recognize him. He immediately remembered what Tu Yanfeng said when he pretended to be generous and let him go. Although he clearly saw Yin Ji staring at him with a pair of cold eyes that were filled with killing intent, he still smiled. He cupped his hands and said, "So it's Elder Tu from the Imperial Sword School. Since we're old acquaintances, please come and have a chat." Before Tu Yanfeng could reply, the head of the Imperial Sword Sect had already flown over on his flying celestial device and floated in front of Yu Qianshou. Tu Yanfeng glanced at the head slightly and looked a little embarrassed. At the head's greeting, the three of them jumped down, put away their flying celestial devices, and bowed to Ancestor Nanming, Nongzhu, and Yu Qianshou. Ancestor Nanming and Nongzhu just looked at them expressionlessly and had no intention of paying attention to them. Instead, Yu Qianshou cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Elder Tu, I haven't seen you for many years. How have you been?" Tu Yanfeng looked a little ashamed. He lowered his head and cupped his hands, not saying anything. Yu Qianshou nodded with a smile. To be honest, this kind of person who was too ashamed was not suitable to live in the cultivation world, but he admired him. Yin Ji stared at them and sneered. He squinted his eyes and asked, "Yu Qianshou, what do you mean? Do you want to protect them for me?" Yu Qianshou's gaze slowly shifted from Tu Yanfeng to Yin Ji. He asked in a neutral tone, "From what you're saying, could it be that you want to kill them from my hands?" The meaning of his words could not be clearer. It was obvious that he wanted to protect the people of the Imperial Sword School. Nongzhu and Ancestor Nanming frowned at the same time. Among the feudal lords, many people were already laughing mockingly. They were laughing at Yu Qianshou for overestimating himself. Yin Ji immediately threw his head back and laughed loudly. "You want to protect them? I haven't even settled the score of killing this old man's disciple, but you've already delivered yourself to me." Yu Qianshou said disdainfully, "Old man, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but I'm standing right here. If you have the ability, come and try to touch me." Presumptuous. It's time to settle the score between us. Hua Zongming and Pu Taidong rose into the air and stood at the same level as the people on the mountain peak. Although their words were directed at Yu Qianshou, they were also staring at Nongzhu and Ancestor Nanming. Their meaning was clear. They wanted to suppress Ancestor Nanming and Nongzhu, preventing them from interfering with Yin Ji's killing of Yu Qianshou. Nongzhu and Ancestor Nanming's faces darkened. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. They were ready to protect Yu Qianshou. Nongzhu, in particular, took out the bamboo flute from her waist and held it in her hand. Her whole body was bursting with fighting spirit. She could not tolerate someone bullying by Changchun's disciple as soon as he left. Seeing that someone was cooperating with him, Yin Ji was full of smiles. He shook his head and said, Yu Qianshou, I wanted to spare your life today for the sake of Bai Changchun, who knew that you would come to me to court death. Bai Changchun is not here anymore. Who do you think you are? Give me your life." With a loud shout, Yin Ji turned into a shadow and directly rushed over. He was as fast as lightning, carrying the momentum of wind and thunder. He arrived in the blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, Nongzhu shouted angrily, "Nanming, protect Yu Qianshou." He had already rushed out. With a loud bang, the two phantoms collided and directly collided together. Obviously, Nongzhu's cultivation was higher. Yin Ji let out a muffled groan, and his body was directly knocked back. Hua Zongming and Pu Taidong looked at each other and nodded solemnly. They both shot toward Nongzhu in the air. In an instant, Nongzhu split into two figures in the air and faced the two of them respectively. Bang bang! A strong bang set off a raging airwave, forcing the Huaxia cultivators to almost lose their balance on their flying celestial devices. All of them stared at the duel between the two masters of the soul formation stage in horror. They were too powerful. The aftershock of the fight was not something they could bear. Holding a golden net in his hand, Nanming Ancestor moved to the side of Yu Qianshou and watched the fight in the sky with a red face. Yu Qianshou's eyes were like an owl. Two balls of black flames were jumping rapidly in his eyes, and the killing intent on his face could not be suppressed, The three people who were fighting fiercely turned into two messy shadows. Bang, bang, bang. They directly flew up into the sky. The lords of the various countries watched the fight with interest. It seemed that they wanted to see who would be the unlucky one. Pei Fong, in particular, had a beaming smile on his face. Yin Ji, who was knocked away, stopped retreating. He looked down at his chest, where a very conspicuous footprint was left. He raised his hand angrily and wiped off a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. A shiny black whip appeared in his hand. He stared at the sky and shouted angrily, "Nongzhu, today is the day you die." His figure shot up into the sky. "Just you." Nongzhu snorted disdainfully. Suddenly, hundreds of Nongzhu appeared in the sky and surrounded Hua Zongming, Pu Taidong, and Yanji. The four people fought fiercely and crazily in the sky. The shadows intertwined in the sky, fighting back and forth. Loud noises were heard constantly, and the airwaves covered the sky and the earth. Those whose cultivation was below the deification stage could not tell who the four people were. In the angry rebuke, Nongzhu actually fought evenly against the three people. At this time, the three people in the sky were fighting against Nongzhu, but it seemed that Nongzhu had surrounded the three of them. Others might not see the reason, but the lords of the deification stage from various countries looked at each other in dismay. They all seemed to find it hard to believe, because they could see that Nongzhu was fighting against three people, and she actually had the upper hand. Many people could not associate the previous Nongzhu, who did not do proper work, with the current Nongzhu who was fierce and fierce. It was really unexpected. The four people in the fierce battle were all at the middle stage of deification, but Nongzhu was not at a disadvantage against three people. Pei Fong squinted at the sky and said, "Nongzhu's transfiguration transposition skill is really worthy of its reputation. Coupled with her good cultivation, I'm afraid Hua Zongming and the other two people can't take advantage of her. It seems that Nongzhu is not far from breaking through the final stage of deification." When he said the last sentence, there was a hint of gloominess in his tone. Qi Jujuan said expressionlessly, "It's a pity that Mu Sang, Miao Han Yuan, and Shu Xin are not here. Otherwise, we can see if Nongzhu can fight against six people with her transfiguration transposition skill." Pei Fong chuckled and said, "Mu Sang and Miao Han Yuan will naturally help when they are here. However, Shu Xin seems to be in the same boat as Nongzhu. I don't know who will help who." His words immediately made the lords of various countries laugh. Chapter 712. The lords of various countries were in a good mood. They were all watching the show, but the Huaxia cultivators were watching the fierce fight above them in horror. They didn't dare to leave or run away. They were all standing there restlessly. With tears in her eyes, Qianghua Fairy stared at the fierce fight in the sky. Her red lips moved, and she murmured with a bitter smile, "Nongzhu. He is Mr. Nongzhu, the famous owner of the purple bamboo forest in the South Sea. Mr. Nongzhu is Xiaoyao, and Xiaoyao is Mr. Nongzhu. Why did you lie to me? You lied to me so miserably." Yin Ji's words, "Nongzhu, today is the day you die," immediately made Qianghua Fairy, who had been paying attention to Nongzhu, understand everything. Hua Rui, who was beside her, stared at the sky in a daze, her eyes shining with a strange light. She had never expected that her brother-in-law, who had suddenly disappeared, was such a powerful figure. He was also a famous figure in the cultivation world. His cultivation was too strong. It was said that he was a close friend of the most powerful cultivator in the world. My God, what on earth did my sister miss? Bang! A heavy sound came from high up in the sky. A figure smashed into the sea like a meteor, creating a huge splash. Before the waves had completely returned, the falling figure shot out from the ocean once again. With an angry roar, it said, "Kill him together." It was Yin Ji's voice. It seemed like he had suffered a loss again. As soon as he finished speaking, two beams of sword light appeared in the sky. They shone with each other and strangled Nongzhu's hundreds of phantoms crazily. Yin Ji, who had rushed up to the sky, waved the long whip in his hand completely. In an instant, the dark and gloomy whip shadows shot out disorderly like arrows. After cooperating with Hua Zongming and Pu Taidong, who were moving freely in the sky, they immediately suppressed the over 100 shadows of Nongzhu to less than 50. It made people feel that Nongzhu was in a precarious situation. Qianghua Fairy was still immersed in the memories of the past with tears in her eyes, but Hua Rui was a little worried by the movement above. Senior Nanming, go and help Senior Nongzhu. I'm fine here, Yu Qianqiu said in a low voice. Although he couldn't see clearly what was happening above, he could feel that Nongzhu's qi power was suppressed by Yin Ji and the other two. Old ancestor Nanming turned around to look at him, and he was instantly slightly shocked. He discovered that there were two balls of pitch-black flames leaping about in Yu Qianqiu's eyes, as if they were about to jump out of his eye sockets uncontrollably. Moreover, he could faintly feel a bone-chilling coldness from Yu Qianqiu's body. That faintly discernible and terrifying aura made one's hair stand on end. Nongzhu will be fine for the time being. The old man still has some powerful skills that he hasn't used yet. Just as Patriarch Nanming finished speaking, the situation in the sky suddenly changed. Dozens of phantoms of Nongzhu, who had been suppressed by the three of them, suddenly emerged from the gaps of their encirclement. Dozens of phantoms danced in the air like flying fairies. The speed was getting faster and faster. The people watching from below only felt that their eyes were blurred. In an instant, each of Nongzhu's phantoms suddenly appeared as a clone. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of vivid and lifelike Nongzhu appeared in the air and surrounded the three of them again. Yin Ji and the other two were so fast that their figures could not be seen clearly. They attacked each of Nongzhu's phantoms crazily, but it seemed that every attack missed. They couldn't find out which one was the real Nongzhu. All of Nongzhu's phantoms suddenly stopped moving in the air. Some were standing, some were lying, some were leaning, some were tilting, and some were sitting with their legs crossed. Each of them was vivid and lifelike. They were handsome and elegant, fully displaying the peerless elegance of the most handsome man in the world. Every attack of Yin Ji and the other two easily pierced, slashed through each of the phantoms. They had no effect on the hundreds of phantoms that stopped in the air. Because they were all phantoms, physical attacks had no effect on them. Just when the three of them had attacked every phantom without any effect, the hundreds of phantoms stared at the three of them with smiles on their faces. Suddenly, they gently placed the flute to their lips in unison. Their 10 fingers moved up and down the flute holes in a carefree and unrestrained manner. A melodious flute sound reverberated endlessly between the heaven and the earth. Suddenly, the world became clear. It seemed that the people could no longer hear the whistling wind or the sound of the raging waves hitting the shore. They were in the sea area, but at this moment, they suddenly found themselves in a brilliant sea of flowers. The spring sun was beautiful, and the flowers were gorgeous. Many butterflies were flying in the sea of flowers, and many children were running happily in the sea of flowers. They seemed to have returned to their childhood, playing hide-and-seek and catching butterflies in the flowers. And they were one of the happy children. Just when they were gradually immersed in the happy times of their childhood, Pei Fong suddenly shouted angrily, "What a powerful sound illusion!" The phantoms in front of them suddenly shattered, like porcelain vases that had fallen to the ground. All the beautiful scenes were shattered into pieces by Pei Fong's angry shout. In front of them was still Xian Island, and still this sea area. They were all illusions. Everyone was shocked. Only now did they remember that the fight was still going on. But why was there no sound of fighting? They hurriedly looked again, and just happened to see a body with its head smashed into pieces, falling powerlessly into the sea. In the air, Nongzhu and Hua Zongming stood face to face. However, Hua Zongming's head drooped down powerlessly. From his back, several bloody holes could be seen. A bamboo flute had pierced through his chest and drilled out from his heart. The hole at the end of the flute was bleeding profusely. Yin Ji's eyes were wide open, and he looked at Nongzhu in disbelief. He was swaying in the air, and the whip in his hand had long disappeared. One of his hands was covering his throat, and blood was flowing through the gaps between his fingers. His other hand, which was covering the left side of his chest, was also a patch of bright red. Yinji, I told you that you couldn't kill me, but you just didn't believe me. I didn't want to kill anyone, but you forced me to kill you. Why do you have to do this? Nongju looked at Yinji expressionlessly and said. Suddenly, a heavy palm landed on Hua Zhongming's chest. The flute flew out from Hua Zhongming's back and shot out in an arc. With a bang, it directly blew Yinji's head into pieces. The two corpses fell to the sea at the same time, splashing two waves. Nongju's flute drilled into the sea with a whoosh. It stirred in the sea for a while, and then bounced out with a bang, landing in Nongju's hand in the air. Nongju held in her hand and looked at it, as if she was checking if it was clean. Then she nodded with satisfaction and teleported back to Nanming Ancestor and Yu Qianzhou's side. Everyone looked at Nongju in shock. Whether it was the lords of the various countries or the Huaxia cultivators, they didn't expect that Nongju could kill 3 lords of the mid-divine transformation realm in the blink of an eye. 1 against 3. They were all at the mid-divine transformation realm, but he killed them all, and he was completely unharmed. What did this mean? The lords of the various countries looked at each other. Yinji, Hua Zhongming, and Pu Taidong died just like that. This was a little hard for them to accept. They thought that Nongju would have a hard time in the future without Bai Changchun's support. Now it seemed that even without Bai Changchun's support, as long as he didn't offend the late divine transformation realm cultivators, he could still live freely without Bai Changchun's support. The skills he showed just now were enough to prove it. At least from the current situation, most of the lords might not be a match for Nongju. Jade Flower Fairy bit her lip. She didn't change at all because of Nongju's powerful skills. She still looked resentful with tears in her eyes. However, Hua Rui was different. Not only was she excited, but she couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes. She really wanted to run to Nongju, pull his arm, and call him brother-in-law happily, just like in the past. Hua Rui's imagination ran wild. If brother-in-law could reconcile with sister, with brother-in-law's ability, who would dare to touch the Moon Clan in the future? Nongju looked around coldly. The murderous aura around him was still there. He actually wasn't a bloodthirsty person. He just wanted to live a carefree life without competing with the world. He didn't want to offend anyone on purpose, nor did he want to have conflicts with anyone. He didn't want to kill anyone either. That was because he thought that he was born with no ambition. There was no need for him to waste his energy fighting with others. However, he wasn't a soft-hearted person either. When it was time to kill, he never hesitated. Today, even though he killed to protect Yu Qianzhou, it was also to avoid trouble for himself in the future. He deliberately killed in front of everyone to intimidate them. As soon as Bai Changchun left, these people showed their arrogance and were ready to make trouble. They actually targeted Bai Changchun's disciple. If he didn't intimidate them now, when would he? Once they attacked together, he wouldn't be able to block them even if he wanted to with his current level of cultivation. Ancestor Nanming glanced at Nongju. He didn't seem surprised that Nongju could kill Yinji and the other two. On the other hand, Yu Qianzhou was a little surprised. However, he wasn't surprised because Bai Changchun once told him not to underestimate Nongju. She wasn't as easy to bully as she looked. However, Yu Qianzhou kept looking at the flute in Nongju's hand. He felt a little nauseous. This was definitely not the first time this flute had killed someone. He thought of Nongju playing the flute next to his lips, and then the scene of his opponent's intestines being pierced or brains being smashed. How could he stuff such a disgusting thing into his mouth? He really had to give it to him. That scene was like a bloodthirsty swordsman licking his lips after killing the enemy and tasting the blood on his sword. The atmosphere was a little quiet. Pei Fong stared at Nongju coldly. He looked left and right and transmitted his voice to Qi Jiujuan and Ouyang De. You've all seen it. Nongju is very likely to break through to the soul transformation final stage soon. Keeping him here won't do us any good. Why don't we take the opportunity now? What do you think? The two nodded slightly, obviously agreeing with Pei Fong's words. Pei Fong immediately chuckled and looked up at Nongju. Nongzhu, I really couldn't tell. What a good trick. Even I, Pei Fong, have to admire you. However, almost all the forces here had disciples who died in the hands of Yu Qianshou. It's time to end it today. Nongzhu, I advise you to hand over Yu Qianshou obediently. Don't put up any unnecessary resistance. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Chapter 713. The Lords of the Spirit Severing Realm quickly exchanged glances. None of them were fools. The meaning behind Pei Fong's words was self-evident. Ancestor Nanming quickly glanced at Pei Fong. Qi Jiujuan and Ouyang de Yu Qianshou gnashed his teeth in hatred. Sure enough, none of them were good. They were all capricious villains. Damn fatty, don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make you feel good. Nongzhu also narrowed her eyes and sneered. Fatty Pei, when Bai Chongqun was here, you still called Yu Qianshou brother you. Why do you want to kill him in the blink of an eye? I haven't seen your brother do anything wrong to you. Could it be that you're deliberately looking for trouble and want to get rid of me as well? Pei Fong didn't mind being seen through by Nongzhu. Instead, he laughed and said, Nongzhu, if you insist on saying that, then what else can I say? He floated in the air and said with a laugh, then let me have a taste of Brother Nongzhu's shifting position transposition skill. No problem, but before that, I have something to confirm with you. Nongzhu said. Pei Fong waved his hand and pretended to be generous. Say it. As long as it's something that can be said, I'll tell you. What he said was the same as not saying it. Nongzhu snorted. I've asked you about this matter in the cornucopia before. That day, when Yu Qianshou confronted the underworld messenger at the cornucopia, the underworld messenger suddenly found out about Yu Qianshou's identity when he was leaving. Was it you who leaked it? Pei Fong's smile froze. He didn't expect that she would suddenly ask about this matter. He immediately became angry and shouted, Nongzhu, don't talk nonsense here. I've already said that it's none of my business. He was the one who did it, but he definitely wouldn't admit it. The reputation of betraying the enemy and colluding with the enemy was much worse than some bad reputation. Nongzhu sneered. She looked at Yu Qianshou and said, Do you know what to do now? Yu Qianshou stared at Pei Fong coldly. He knew that Nongzhu would not say something like that without reason. It seemed that Pei Fong had done something behind her back then. It was no wonder that the green-browed guy had suddenly turned against him. Yu Qianshou stared at Pei Fong coldly. But the strange thing was, why did Nongzhu tell him this now? However, Nongzhu's next words immediately made him understand. Nongzhu said, Help me take care of Z. Hearing this, Yu Qianshou was shocked. Nongzhu obviously knew that he was no match for Pei Fong, and she was entrusting him with her funeral. At this time, Nongzhu told him that she had been plotted against by Pei Fong. She just wanted to tell him that she would avenge him if there was a chance. Nongzhu was ready to die. Ancestor Nanming suddenly looked at Nongzhu. He and Nongzhu were old friends, but he didn't understand why Nongzhu thought that Yu Qianshou could escape and have a chance to avenge him. In addition to Pei Fong, Qi Jiujuan and Ouyang De were also eyeing him covetously. Of course, he didn't know that Bai Chongqun had once told Nongzhu that Yu Qianshou was more resistant to death than the two of them. It seemed that he had a treasure to protect him, which made it difficult for others to kill him. Therefore, he pinned his hope on Yu Qianshou. Don't talk nonsense. I'll take care of your disciple for you. Pei Fong suddenly burst out a terrible momentum, and the airflow around him spread out like visible waves. Hua Rui suddenly grabbed Jasper Flower Fairy's arm, looking very nervous. If it was before, they might not know who Pei Fong was. But since the cultivation world of Huaxia extended its tentacles, they naturally heard of this master at the last stage of Huaxia. He was one of the legendary top 10 masters. Could Nongzhu deal with him? Damn it. Damn fatty. Just you wait and see. Yu Qianshou cursed in his heart and prepared to escape with Nongzhu. He couldn't let Nongzhu die in Pei Fong's hands. As for the Nanming Patriarch, as one of the four great men, Pei Fong didn't dare to hurt him easily. He just had to take Nongzhu away. After all, he didn't know much about the Nanming Patriarch. The fewer people who knew about the secret of Utopia, the better. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly teleported over and stood in front of Nongju. He sneered at Pei Fong and said, "Pei Fong, you're going too far. Bai Changchun just left, and you're doing this. It's really disappointing. I'll be the first one who can't stand it anymore." It was Hu Changshou, who had been standing at the side without saying a word. Nongju, Yu Qianshou, and the Nanming Patriarch looked at each other. They didn't expect Hu Changshou to come out to help. It was too surprising, especially Yu Qianshou. He had a feud with the Yun Palace, and Hu Changshou had wanted to kill him for a long time. Why did he come out to help now? This was simply too inconceivable. Not to mention them, even the feudal lords were at a loss. When did Hu Changshou become a Samaritan? Didn't he know that Pei Fong, Ouyangda, and Qi Jiujun were on the same side? Did he have the ability to fight the three of them alone? Hu Changshou. Pei Fong was stunned at first. Then he sneered and said, "When did you wear the same side as Nongju? You came here to act like a hero. I hope you don't run later. Hee hee. We didn't look for you, but you came to die. Great. Today is a good day to settle the score between us." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Jiujuan and Ouyangda had already flashed over. They stared at Hu Changshou with killing intent. Seeing that a battle was inevitable, everyone slowly retreated. A battle between Soul Formation final stage experts was no joke. Hu Changshou said calmly, "Settle the score?" "I don't know who will settle the score. Even if I don't stop you, you probably don't have the guts to touch them. If you're not afraid of that person from the demon domain, go ahead and attack." Pei Fong's fat face shook as he cackled. "Hu Changshou, I think you're out of your mind. Bai Changchun has already gone to the East Holy Land, and you're still using him to scare us. Now, the demon domain." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt as if someone was strangling his neck. He couldn't laugh anymore, and the fat on his face stiffened. Qi Jiujuan and Ouyangda's expressions also changed abruptly, as if they remembered something. "Laugh. Why aren't you laughing anymore? Fatty Pei, continue laughing." Hu Changshou sneered and said, "I think you're too excited. It's true that Bai Changchun left, but don't forget that the demon domain torturers are passed down from generation to generation. If one Bai Changchun leaves, there's always another Bai Changchun. Every torturer of the demon domain torturer was a figure whose name shook the world. For countless years, no one had ever been able to resist the demon domain. Fatty Pei, if you have the guts, then do something. I don't believe that the current torturer can watch the previous torturer's disciple get bullied. I'd like to see if you can survive a month after you touch Qianshou." "Sigh, really? Why do I have to remind you that some people are restless and like to look for excitement?" The feudal lords fell silent. They realized that everyone was too excited. How could they forget this? Yu Qianshou and Nongju looked at each other speechlessly. The two of them didn't even think of using the demon domain torturers to scare them, because they knew that the current torturers couldn't do anything to them. Who knew that Hu Changshou would come out and make a big show of himself? They didn't expect it to work. Yu Qianshou's eyes lit up slightly, and he had a plan in his heart. The expressions on Pei Fong and the other two's faces were complicated. They'd said what they wanted to say, and they'd also taken a stance. Now, they were in a difficult position. However, Pei Fong's skin wasn't just ordinarily thick. He immediately laughed and said, "Brother Hu, look at what you're saying. Brother Yu and I hit it off when we were in the cornucopia. Why would I harm him? I'm just afraid that he'll be sad to see Master leave, so I purposely joked with him." Then he waved his hand at Nongju and Yu Qianshou and said, "Brother Nongju, Brother Yu, don't take it to heart. I was just joking with you." Even Ouyangda and Qi Jiujun squeezed out a few smiles. It's not without reason that he's fat. He's thick-skinned, Hu Changshou said sarcastically. However, Pei Fong was really thick-skinned, so he didn't care about his sarcasm. He said with a smile, "From what Brother Hu said, do you know who the current torturer of the demon domain is?" Hu Changshou snorted coldly and didn't answer. In fact, he didn't know who the current torturer of the demon domain was. The reason why he stood out to help Nongju and Yu Qianshou now was because he had his own plans. Now that Baikong was dead, and Bing Chengzi believed that Yin Juexing was haunted and had a tendency to be independent. He was no different from a loner now. The next target of Pei Fong and the others would definitely be him. So he had to find a way to protect himself. Just when he didn't know what to do, Pei Fong and the other two gave him a chance to get closer to Nongzhu and Yu Qianshou by forsaking their former enmity. He could also see that Nongzhu's cultivation was probably not far from breaking through to the late stage of deity transformation. If he could take this opportunity to form an alliance with Nongzhu, he might be able to pull Wen Lanfeng in. Maybe he could also build a relationship with the demon domain, and then he wouldn't have to be afraid of Fatty Pei and the others. As for whether it would work or not, it was another matter. Even if it didn't work, he had to give it a try. At least, people like Nongzhu valued friendship and would return it when they owed a favor. Haha, brother who is really tight-lipped. Pei Fong smiled to cover up his embarrassment and turned to ask Yu Qianshou, Brother Yu, may I know who the current torturer of the demon domain is? Don't get me wrong, we just want to know who it is so that we can congratulate him for taking over the demon domain, so that we can call him by his name when we meet. That's all. Damn it, you turn hostile faster than turning a page. Once I say that I'm a new torturer, you'll turn hostile again. Yu Qianshou sneered. I'd better not say his name, so as not to scare you. You'll naturally know who he is when there's a chance. Pei Fong's expression froze, and he, Ouyang and Qi Jiujuan looked at each other. The three of them racked their brains, but they couldn't think of anyone's name that could scare him except by Changchun. Could it be Wen Lanfeng? It seemed that there was no one in the cultivation world who could make them worry, except for Wen Lanfeng. Could there be a master that they didn't know? Chapter 714. After a moment of hesitation, Qi Jiujuan sent a voice transmission to his two companions. I don't know if he's telling the truth. Whether he's telling the truth or not, we can't afford to take that risk. It's easy to find out if he's telling the truth. Let's go to the demon ghost realm and have a look. If it's true, we'll talk about it later. If it's false, we don't have to rush to deal with them. I don't think they can run away now, Pei Fong said. After a while of discussion, the three of them reached an agreement. Patting his belly, Pei Fong laughed at the crowd and said, The new punishment enforcer of the demon ghost domain has been replaced. After sending by Changchun away, we should go congratulate the new punishment enforcer for taking over the demon ghost domain. I wonder if everyone would like to go with us? The lords exchanged glances. They had been living together in the cultivation world for so many years, and they all knew what kind of person Pei Fong was. They all knew what he wanted to do. He just wanted to see if the current torture master of the demon ghost realm was easy to bully. If he was easy to bully, Pei Fong and the other two would not go to congratulate him, but to send him off. The reason why he wanted to gather everyone was probably because he had the mentality that the law couldn't punish too many people. No matter how powerful the torture master of the demon ghost realm was, it was unlikely that he could kill all the soul formation cultivators in the world. But then again, everyone wanted Pei Fong and the other two to have the ability to send the current torture master off. Without the suppression of the demon ghost realm, everyone's life would be better. Otherwise, no one would feel comfortable with a pair of terrifying eyes staring at them from behind. Even if a fight really broke out, there was someone who stood up for them, and they didn't need to do anything. They could even watch the show. Why not? Someone immediately shouted, Yes, it's common sense to say goodbye to the old and welcome the new. We should go to the demon ghost realm to congratulate him. With one person taking the lead, everyone followed. Good, good, good. Pei Fong looked at the crowd with a smile, and then cupped his hands to Nongzhu and the others, saying, Guys, it's just a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart. We've sent by Changchun away. We'll go to the demon ghost realm to congratulate the new torture master. Goodbye. He did not expect Nongzhu and the others to be kind to him. As soon as he finished his words, he flew away with Qi Jiujuan and Ouyang. The lords also bid farewell to Nongzhu and the others. In the blink of an eye, all the lords of the soul formation stage had left, leaving only 3 dead bodies on the sea. The people of the Chinese cultivation world heaved a sigh of relief. They had thought that they were going to face a disaster today. They didn't expect that they would be lucky enough to get through it. After this lesson, They realized that everyone's thinking was simply too naive. Spirit-severing experts simply wouldn't put them in their eyes. Not to mention by Changchun, no matter how much Feng Xiangtian shouted, by Changchun wouldn't even look him in the eye, let alone talk to him. Everyone was still in shock and didn't dare to stay any longer. Besides, the two soul formation stage experts in front of them also didn't take them seriously. If they stayed any longer, who knew what other accidents would happen? Thus, one by one, they carefully excused themselves and quickly left with their tails between their legs. They had come with hope, but in the end, they discovered that everything was just a bubble, and they had to go back and find another way out. Reality was always cruel and could easily destroy all beautiful dreams, of course. There were people who didn't leave. The flying ritual implement of the Moon Clan didn't move at all. Jade Flower Fairy and the others faced the sea breeze, the corners of their white dresses fluttering in the wind as they looked over quietly. However, Nongzhu deliberately ignored them. She held the flute with her hands behind her back expressionlessly and looked into the distance. However, the fingertips of her slender fingers that were holding the flute were deeply embedded in the flesh of her palm. Who asked that relationship to leave such a deep scar in the hearts of a man and a woman? They wanted to forget it, but when they thought about it, they realized that it was all hatred. They didn't know that it was because they loved each other so deeply that they were hurt so deeply and hated each other so much. The people of the Sword Clan didn't leave either. The leader of the Sword Clan looked at Nanming Ancestor and Nongzhu uneasily. He wanted to go up and talk to them, but he realized that they didn't even look at him. Thus, he cupped his hands at Yu Qianshou and said, "Yu Qianshou, my clan is very grateful for your help this time. I really don't know how to repay you." In fact, Yu Qianshou didn't only save his clan. If it weren't for Yu Qianshou's interference, the other soul formation lords wouldn't have let these Huaxia cultivators go at all, not to mention Yanji. Yu Qianshou glanced at him coldly, then looked at Tu Yanfeng and said with a faint smile, "Elder Tu, I fulfilled my promise back then. From now on, we don't owe each other anything." Tu Yanfeng cupped his hands and thanked him, sweating profusely. The leader of the Sword Clan's expression changed slightly. He squeezed out a smile and wanted to continue their relationship. Unexpectedly, Nongzhu glared at him coldly and said indifferently, "If you don't scram, you'll die." Immediately, the leader was so scared that he shivered. He threw out his flying magic tool and quickly escaped with a few people. Looking at the group of black dots disappearing in the distant sky, Nanming Ancestor sighed and said, "It's a pity that Bai Changchun left. If he was still here, they wouldn't have dared to do this. A group of fickle villains. None of them are good people. It's useless to be angry." Nongzhu turned to look at Yu Qianshou and asked worriedly, "They've all gone to the demon realm. What are you going to do?" Yu Qianshou turned a deaf ear to her and stared at the surface of the sea with bright eyes. Suddenly, he flew over quickly and landed on the surface of the sea. He drove the waves and searched for a few storage pouches from the corpses of Hua, Zhongming, and the other two. After checking them one by one, he instantly beamed with joy. Ignoring the shocked gazes of the crowd, he directly stuffed the pouches into his arms and flew back. "What did you say just now?" Yu Qianshou asked, patting the things under his chest. Nongzhu's face suddenly became long, and she roared, "Pei Fong and the others have gone to the demon realm. What are you going to do?" Not to mention the matter of Jasper Flower Fairy, he was upset at the thought that Shuntian Island would be trampled by those people. However, as the current punishment envoy, Yu Qianshou was still greedy for petty gains. How could he not be angry? Yu Qianshou looked back at the sky and sneered, "Let them go. There are people on Shuntian Island who can deal with them." He had already thought about it. If he couldn't handle himself, he would immediately bring Bai Changchun back. He was not afraid of who. Nongzhu was stunned and asked in surprise, "Who?" Nanming Ancestor also couldn't help asking, "Is it Wen Lanfeng?" Yu Qianshou's mouth curled up into a smirk and said, "Much more powerful than Wen Lanfeng." It turned out that he was already prepared. No wonder he was not in a hurry. Nongzhu and Nanming Ancestor looked at each other and asked at the same time, "Who is it?" "You will know when the time comes." "Hee hee, I want to give them a surprise." Yu Qianqiu didn't want to be entangled in this topic. He tilted his head and winked at Nanming Ancestor, saying, "Senior Nanming, is this how you treat your guests?" Nanming Ancestor was stunned and looked in the direction he was hinting at. He raised his hand and patted his forehead, saying, my bad. I should have left our distinguished guest aside." He raised his hand and invited, "Jasper Flower Fairy, please come to the island and have a chat." Nongju's expression twitched, and she stared at Nanming Ancestor with a twisted face. She was really worried that this old guy had some designs on Jasper Flower Fairy, as Yu Qianqiu had said. Although she didn't want to have anything to do with Jasper Flower Fairy now, she didn't want Nanming Ancestor to have any designs on her. Jasper Flower Fairy bowed to Nanming Ancestor and then put away the flying celestial device under her feet. They landed on the island. However, from the moment they landed, Jasper Flower Fairy's eyes were fixed on Nongju's face, while Nongju turned her head indifferently. When Patriarch Nanming saw this scene, he snickered. Yu Qianqiu slowly moved backward. Jasper Flower Fairy, with her beautiful hair in a bun, suddenly said, "Should I call you Mr. Nongju or Xiao Yao?" Nongju didn't look back. She snorted and said, "It doesn't matter what you call me. There's no need to call me anything." Jasper Flower Fairy gritted her teeth and said word by word, "You have been lying to me from the beginning." Nongju suddenly turned back and sneered, "This should be applied to you. At the very least, from the moment we met, I told you my real name, and your name is fake. You didn't even give me a chance to find you again." Jasper Flower Fairy gnashed her teeth. Nongju sneered and said, "What's the point of talking about this now? Then give me back my purple dress." Jasper Flower Fairy suddenly shouted. Her voice was so sharp that it shocked Nanming Ancestor and Yu Qianqiu. She was a great beauty after all, but now she didn't care about her image at all. She seemed to be crazy. Hua Rui, who was at the side, knew the relationship between the two, but the other elder of the Moon Clan was dumbfounded. Although he heard something, he couldn't believe that the leader dared to shout at a soul formation cultivator. Nongju said coldly, "Purple dress? Who is Purple Dress? I don't know her. Go find someone you know. Don't come to me." "You." Jasper Flower Fairy almost went crazy. She wanted to rush up and fight with Nongju. Luckily, Hua Rui held her back. Jasper Flower Fairy suddenly turned back and shouted, "Yu Qianqiu." She wanted to ask Yu Qianqiu to come out and testify, but Yu Qianqiu didn't see her. Instead, he saw a figure jump into the sea, probably never to show up again. Who else could it be except Yu Qianqiu? When Jasper Flower Fairy mentioned Purple Dress, he felt something was wrong. He didn't want to get involved in the couple's fight. It was better to run away. Besides, he had something to do, and it was not convenient for him to stay here. Jasper Flower Fairy was stunned. Then she turned back and loosened her teeth. She begged, "Mr. Nongju, please give me back my purple dress, please." "Humph." Nongju snorted and said, "Purple dress will never go with you. Anyway, I won't let Purple Dress follow the Moon Clan disciples' fate of abandoning their husband and children. Let your women follow the rules of the Moon Clan. Don't drag Purple Dress into it. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." He didn't like the Moon Clan disciples who brought their daughters to the clan and abandoned their sons and husbands when they had sons. Chapter 715. Don't worry, I won't let Zeke join the Moon Clan, nor will I make her follow the rules of the Moon Clan. Give her back to me, I beg you, Goddess Qianhua begged. Nongju said indifferently, "Zeke doesn't even know who you are. She won't go with you. She also won't like staying with a bunch of women who abandon their husbands and children. Don't even think about it." These words were like steel needles, stabbing into Qianhua Fairy's heart. She felt like she was struck by lightning and stumbled back a few steps. She asked with a pale face, "You really won't give Z back to me?" Nongju turned around and faced the raging sea. She said indifferently, "Don't ask anymore. Even if you ask me 10,000 times, I won't let Z go with you." "Shameless," Qianhua Fairy said in a trembling voice. "If you don't let her go with me, I'll go find her myself. I'll go to the South Sea Purple Bamboo Forest to find her myself. Why don't you try?" Nongju suddenly turned around and said word by word, "If you dare to go find Z, I will flatten the Moon Clan and kill your entire family. This is not a difficult thing for me. I mean what I say. Whether you go find Yi or protect your entire Moon Clan, it's up to you." Huarui and the other elders' faces turned pale. Huarui had thought that her sister and brother-in-law could reconcile, and then her brother-in-law could protect the Moon Clan. That would be the best. However, her brother-in-law actually said that he would flatten the Moon Clan. He was very decisive. She said in a trembling voice, "Brother-in-law, you..." Before she could finish, Nongju stared at her angrily and shouted, "Shut up. Your brother-in-law is not here. Your Moon Clan is full of heartless women. Is there a brother-in-law? What a joke." Huarui was speechless. Xianghua Fairy sobbed and said, "Xiaoyao, you are so cruel. You want to separate us. That's the best way to describe you in the past." Nongju glared at him and raised a flute on her back. She said indifferently, "If you keep talking, I'll kill two of you right now." Jade Flower Fairy was shocked. There were only two people beside her. Who else could she want to kill? She bit her lip so hard that it bled. She shook her head and looked at Nongju in disbelief. She couldn't believe that the gentle and refined man she had fallen in love with at first sight could actually be so cruel. Resolutely, she turned around and said, "Let's go." A white figure disappeared into the distance. Huarui looked at Nongju and sighed slightly. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. In the end, she followed another elder and flew into the sky to chase after Viburnum Fairy. The salty and humid sea breeze blew endlessly. The two people on the mountain peak stood there silently. Nanming Old Ancestor tugged his red beard and looked at Nongju, who was deep in thought with her eyes closed, a little embarrassed. After a long time, he asked weakly, "Nongju, is she Ziyi's mother?" Nongju closed her eyes and nodded slightly. Nanming Old Ancestor smiled embarrassedly and said, "Nongju, I'm sorry. I didn't know you two had such a relationship. Don't blame me. It was Yu Qianqiu who instigated me to do it. Damn it, he ran away first. By the way, what's going on between you two? Tell me." "It's a long story. Let's talk about it when we have time." Nongju opened her eyes and said calmly, "I'm worried about the demon domain now. I don't know what Yu Qianqiu is doing. No, I have to go and have a look." As soon as she finished speaking, she had already left quickly. Nanming Old Ancestor said, "Hey." He wanted to ask who the new torture envoy of the demon domain was, but Nongju didn't want to stay a moment longer. Thinking that he was in a bad mood at the moment, she decided to ask him later. Shuntian Island was still windy and sunny. The grass and trees swayed in the wind. In the big house at the center of the island, Yu Qianqiu stood there obediently with his hands behind his back. Lady Mu was really like a virtuous wife, as she carefully helped him put on the human skin mask. She didn't know why Yu Qianqiu wanted to wear this thing to change his appearance. Although she had doubts in her heart, after the previous lesson, she knew that she should just do as he said and not ask what she shouldn't ask. If it was something she could know, Mr. would naturally tell her. Compared to the previous one, Mr. was easier to get along with. Unlike the previous one, he didn't even speak to her, let alone act so intimately. He made her tremble with fear all day long, and the days were really hard to bear. Now, as long as she didn't break any taboos, life was still very easy. After putting on a human skin mask, Lady Mu walked around Yu Qianqiu and looked around. After confirming that there were no flaws, she smiled and said, "Mister, it's done. It's like you've changed into a different person." As she said this, she took out a clear bronze mirror and showed it to Yu Qianqiu. Yu Qianqiu nodded with satisfaction. Lady Mu put away the bronze mirror and helped Yu Qianqiu take off his outer clothes. Then, she helped him put on a set of gray clothes that Yu Qianqiu had prepared in advance. After changing his clothes, Yu Qianqiu sat cross-legged on the ground. Lady Mu loosened his hairband and carefully combed his hair. After straightening his hair, she pulled it all the way to his back and tied it with a silk ribbon around his waist, letting it hang naturally behind him. After everything was done, Yu Qianqiu's appearance had changed completely, and he was completely different from his previous self. He also looked more like a master than before, with a proud and inviolable look. It was just that he seemed to have aged a lot. Lady Mu's eyes were filled with doubt. There was actually someone who didn't like being young and instead pretended to be old. She didn't know what Mister was trying to do. Yu Qianshou saw her doubt and swept the clothes on the mat into his storage bag. He smiled and said, Lady Mu, remember from now on, I'm not called Yu Qianshou. I'm called Niu Yid. Niu Yid? Lady Mu was stunned. Then she bowed and said, Lady Mu will remember. When Mister appears with this appearance, you will be called Niu Yid. Smart. Yu Qianshou gave her a thumbs up and said with a smile, In the demon domain, you're the only one who knows this secret. Don't tell anyone else. Give me some fresh fruits. Hearing that she was the only one in the demon domain who knew this secret, a hint of surprise flashed across Lady Mu's face. Then, she quickly brought over a long, short table and placed it in front of Yu Qianshou with colorful fruits. Yu Qianshou rubbed his hands and waved them like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Then he began to enjoy the fruits. Lady Mu consciously knelt behind him and massaged his shoulders with just the right amount of strength. After eating and drinking his fill, he didn't know when he fell asleep. His head was pillowed by a pair of elastic thighs. These days were quite comfortable. When the new morning arrived, the sunlight once again shone on the rolling dark clouds of the demon ghost region. A group of more than 100 people quickly flew above the clouds, forming a powerful aura that directly split the dark clouds below, forming a straight line that quickly extended behind the group of people. After they passed, the dark clouds rolled and closed again. There was nothing unusual, but the demons and ghosts below were frightened by the movement above. They had never seen so many powerful experts come to the demon domain together. After a while, the group of over 100 people finally flew past the endless dark clouds. A mirror-like lake appeared in front of them. It was so big that they couldn't see the edge. Everyone's expression became a little serious. They all knew that this was the famous 1,000-mile lake in the demon domain. The former #1 expert in the world lived on a small island in the middle of the lake. This used to be a forbidden area in the entire cultivation world. Few trespassers could survive. Now that everyone had come together, it was equivalent to breaking the rules here. They didn't know how the new master of Obedient Island would react. Everyone was a little nervous, mainly because they didn't know what kind of person the new torture master was. A black had already appeared on the surface of the lake far ahead. The 3 people who were flying at the front exchanged glances and gradually slowed down the speed of the people behind them. They had to restrain themselves before they found out who the new torturer was. Actually, with Pei Fong and the other two's cultivation, they should have arrived long ago. However, in order to come with everyone and increase their sense of security, they had to sacrifice their speed. Obedient Island was like a cat's eye, embedded in the blue and calm surface of the lake. It was quiet and secluded from the rest of the world. However, it was precisely this small island that caused the hundreds of people floating dozens of meters away from the island to feel great psychological pressure. Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to land on the island first. Finally, everyone's gaze fell on Pei Fong. Pei Fong's expression twitched, but he had no choice. He had to take the lead. Even so, that island still had by Changchun's influence, so he didn't dare to trespass. He coughed and said loudly with his fat face shaking, I heard that a new torture master has been appointed in the demon domain. The lords of the various countries are here to congratulate him. The voice echoed in the sky. While everyone was concentrating on the big house in the center of the island, they heard someone murmuring inside. Miss Mu, didn't Bai Changchun say that there are rules in the demon ghost territory? Anyone who trespasses can be killed without mercy. Can I go out and kill a few now? Although the voice wasn't loud, everyone heard it clearly with their cultivation, and they were all shocked. Then a woman's voice came from inside. Sir, it's not good for you to kill people right after taking over. There was a woman on Obedient Island. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't know that Miss Mu was on Obedient Island. Damn it, who's outside? Why are you making so much noise so early in the morning? Can't you let me sleep? A loud curse came from inside the house, and then a majestic and terrifying aura surged out of the house. as if it wanted to devour the whole world. In an instant, it shrouded the hundreds of people in the air dozens of meters away. A series of extreme negative emotions, such as indifference, despair, and death intertwined to form a terrifying aura. Even the lords of the various countries, including Pei Fong, couldn't help but shiver. They all moved to resist it before they felt better. Everyone's pupils shrank, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. Oh my God, is such a terrifying aura still human? Chapter 716. Before seeing him, his aura had already seized the opportunity. Everyone became nervous. From the tone of this person's voice, he did not seem to be a kind person. Pei Fong, Qi Jiujuan, and Ouyang looked at each other speechlessly. They did not know where Bai Changchun had found such a powerful person to take over as the torture envoy. In any case, it was definitely not Wen Lanfeng, because the aura this person exuded was not Wen Lanfeng's aura at all. At this moment, the terrifying aura suddenly and quickly retracted into the house below. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the door of the big house in the center of the island. They saw a man in gray walking out with his hands behind his back. He squinted at the group of people above and asked indifferently, "Who was shouting here just now?" Judging from the voice, it was the person who had just cursed in the house. Everyone's first reaction was to check this person's cultivation level, but no one could see through it. Therefore, everyone's eyes focused on Pei Fong and the other two, hoping to find some clues from their expressions. However, the three of them were also completely speechless. Everyone was immediately shocked. To be able to make Pei Fong and the other two speechless, this person's cultivation level was obviously higher than theirs. The newly appointed torture master of the demon realm was actually another unfathomable, peerless master. How could they live? But who was this person? Why had they never seen him before? Everyone was speechless, their hearts pounding in fear. Yu Qinshu glanced at everyone expressionlessly and said aggressively, "Are you all mute? Or do you think I'm easier to bully than Bai Changchun?" The gloomy and terrifying aura began to spread from his body again, and it was even more intense, giving people a feeling that he was about to fight. "Niu Yud, he's Niu Yud," someone suddenly said hoarsely in the air. It was none other than the lord of the Purple Spike Kingdom, Shangwan Taiping. Although the lords present all knew of Niu Yud, none of them had seen him. Even when they were close to each other in the cornucopia, Niu Yud rarely came out, so no one had seen him. Only Shangwan Taiping's disciple, Yulan, had been with Niu Yud for a long time and had reported Niu Yud's general appearance. After seeing this person's appearance, coupled with Niu Yud's signature terrifying aura, he immediately determined that this person was Niu Yud. Most of them had heard about Niu Yud's terrifying aura, and after Shangwan Taiping's reminder, they suddenly realized what was going on, and they were even more shocked. If it was before, they would not have been afraid of him, even if Pei Fong, Ouyang and Qi Jiujuan gathered together. Unfortunately, before Yin Baikong died, he mentioned that Niu Yud was from the immortal world. The group wanted to cry, but had no tears. This Bai Changchun was too ruthless. Not only did he not want to be the torturer, but he even dragged someone from the celestial world to take over his position. That was too awesome. This fellow was not much better than Bai Changchun. He had the nickname of Ruthless Judge. Just by listening to his nickname, one could tell that he was not a soft-hearted person. Yu Qinshu was confused. He pointed at Shangwan Taiping and said, "Who's that? How do you know me? I don't think I've ever seen you before." Shangwan Taiping awkwardly cupped his fist and said with an apologetic smile, "My disciple, Yolandu, has served you for some time." "Oh, so you're Yolandu's master." Yu Qinshu nodded in understanding, as if he knew Yolandu. Pei Fong, who was trying his best to shrink his body to make himself less conspicuous, immediately cupped his fist and said with a smile, "So it's Senior Neo who has taken over the position of the Demon Realm Torturer. This is the blessing of the cultivation world. We've come to congratulate you. I hope we didn't disturb you." Yu Qinshu's gaze swept over. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Damn fatty, I can tell that you're the one who was yelling just now." A mere late-stage, soul formation cultivator dares to come here and yell? I think you must be tired of living. Hmm? His words were filled with a murderous aura. Pei Fong was so scared that his heart was trembling. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. When did I yell? I was just greeting him politely. Don't be unreasonable just because you have a higher cultivation, okay? However, he could only keep his words to himself. The other party was so unreasonable. If he said it out loud, he would really be tired of living. Hence, he tried his best to put on an amiable smile and waved his hands. Senior Nyo, you've misunderstood us. We're only here to congratulate you on becoming the torturer. We really didn't yell. Perhaps I was too excited to see you just now. So, I spoke a little too loudly and disturbed your peace. Please forgive me, Senior. No wonder this damn fatty could live until now. He was really flexible and shameless. Yu Qianqiu glared at him and said indifferently, I've misunderstood? Is there something wrong with my ears? No. Pei Fong waved his hands repeatedly. Senior, you have an immortal body. How could there be something wrong with your ears? I was born with a loud voice. Please forgive me, Senior. Many people looked at Pei Fong with sympathy and pity. This guy had always been reasonable when he met the strong. He had always been unreasonable when he met the weak. Now, he was the one getting his comeuppance. Hearing him say that, Yu Qianqiu's expression softened. He snorted and said, I knew it. People always praise me for being wise and powerful. How could I have misunderstood them? Everyone was speechless. This Nyo Yud was a fool who liked to listen to flattery. Pei Fong's eyes brightened and the fat on his face trembled. He gestured with his hands and feet as he said passionately, Senior is not only wise and mighty, you are also a jade tree in the wind, a peerless genius that surpasses the ancients and dazzles the contemporaries. Before he could finish flattering Nyo Yud, he could not continue. He saw that Nyo Yud was staring at him coldly, as if he was looking at a fool. Damn, fatty, do you think I'm as stupid as you? How dare you use such words to fool me? Are you tired of living? Yu Qianqiu asked in a low voice. Pei Fong was immediately dumbfounded. Many of the feudal lords' faces turned red as they tried to hold back their laughter. This Nyo Yud was temperamental. He was really hard to please. Pei Fong's shameless act was completely useless. He was probably going to be out of luck today. Just then, a woman in white walked out of the house. She held a fruit platter in her hands. There were fresh fruits of different colors on the platter. The fruit platter was placed in front of Yu Qianqiu. She smiled and said, Mister, eat some fruits to calm down. There's no need to lower yourself to their level. Everyone took a closer look and realized that she was actually a tree demon. Her appearance was not bad, but she was not stunning. Yu Qianqiu plucked a grape from the fruit platter and tossed it into his mouth. As he chewed, he asked, Lady Mu, how does Bai Chongchun deal with these trespassers? Everyone was shocked. If they really dealt with them according to Bai Chongchun's method, everyone would be out of luck. Hence, everyone looked at Lady Mu with pleading gazes, hoping that she would be merciful, especially Pei Fong, whose face was filled with anticipation. Lady Mu's beautiful gaze swept across everyone. She smiled at Yu Qianqiu and said, Mister, there are exceptions to everything. Moreover, these people are here to congratulate Mister on taking over the position of torture envoy. Speaking of which, they have good intentions. There's nothing wrong with that. Why don't you be merciful and let them off this time? If they dare to trespass again, you can deal with them according to the old rules. What do you think? Everyone immediately looked at Lady Mu with gratitude. Then they looked at Nyo Yud anxiously. Oh, Yu Qianqiu raised his eyebrows. He plucked another grape and tossed it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he spat out the skin and reached out to touch Lady Mu's fragrant shoulder. His palm slid under her neck. He pinched her chin and asked with a smile, Why are you siding with an outsider? Have you taken a liking to one of them? Otherwise, why would you speak up for them? Lady Mu immediately knelt down in fear. Trembling, she said, Mister, please understand. Lady Mu has never seen them before. How could I have taken a liking to them? Lady Mu is really thinking of Mr. wholeheartedly. If Mr. doesn't believe me, I'm willing to die to prove my sincerity. She was still smiling just a moment ago, but now she was trembling in fear. Everyone who saw this felt a chill run down their spines. From her actions, it could be seen that this Neo Yud was definitely a murderous and temperamental person. Otherwise, this woman wouldn't be so frightened. Many of them wanted to escape. However, no one wanted to take the risk until the last moment, because no one was confident that they could escape from the hands of this person from the immortal world. The scene of Baikong dying at the hands of the underworld messenger was still fresh in everyone's mind. Look at what you're saying. How can I bear to let you die? Get up. Neo Yud personally helped the kneeling Lady Mu up. Then, he tilted his head to look at the crowd and said indifferently, "Today, for the sake of my maidservant, I'll let you off. However, if anyone dares to barge in again, it means that they don't respect me. When that time comes, it'll be useless no matter who begs for mercy." "We don't dare, we don't dare," everyone replied timidly. They finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that they had passed today. Speaking of which, they really had to thank this tree demon called Lady Mu. Unexpectedly, Neo Yud snorted coldly again and said, "But rules are rules. You have to pay the price for breaking them. Otherwise, how can I maintain my prestige as a torture envoy? If word gets out, won't people laugh at me for being inferior to Bai Changchun?" Everyone's hearts were in their throats again. They didn't know what price he wanted them to pay. They stared nervously at Neo Yud, who lowered his head and pondered. "How about this?" Yu Qianqiu suddenly raised his head and looked at the crowd. He said sinisterly, "According to the number of people, each of you will pay 200 million upper-grade spirit stones. Those who pay can scram. Those who don't, leave your life behind." Then he said to Lady Mu, "Since you've pleaded for mercy for them, you'll be the one to collect the money. 200 million upper-grade spirit stones per person in exchange for their life." The various feudal lords looked at each other. They recalled Neo Yud's past of swindling money from the Ghost Manor. They finally confirmed that this fellow was someone who loved money. Yes, Lady Mu bowed and accepted the order. She rose into the air and flew in front of Pei Fong. She looked at Pei Fong without saying anything. It was as if she was telling him to do as he saw fit. The fat on Pei Fong's face twitched. 200 million upper-grade spirit stones was too much. However, when he saw Neo Yud staring at him coldly from below, a chill ran down his spine. He immediately squeezed out a smile and took out a storage bag. He offered it with both hands and said, "Thank you, miss. Here are 200 million upper-grade spirit stones. Please take a look." Chapter 717. The price was a little high, but compared to his life, and he could afford it, 200 million high-grade spirit stones was really not a lot. However, he felt very aggrieved. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come all the way here to pay for humiliation. Wait. Everyone was shocked and looked at the person who spoke. All of them were shocked. At first, they felt the pain of paying such a large sum of money, but now they were worried that Neo Yud would go back on his words. Neo Yud pointed at Pei Fong and said, "He is the leader. He was loud and disturbed my sleep, so he is an exception. I will add another 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Everyone else is the same." He was really overbearing. However, Yu Qianqiu naturally had his own thoughts. Some people, they needed to be taught a lesson, especially these thick-skinned, black-hearted, and sly old foxes. If you pretended that nothing had happened and let them go for nothing, they might suspect that you had a guilty conscience. In the end, they might turn around and repeatedly test you. Towards these people, he had to maintain an appropriate amount of pressure to make them feel fear and pressure, not giving them the chance to think nonsense. He had to put on a high profile and clearly let them understand that he was more powerful than them and could take their lives at any time. The more he pressured them, the more they would be afraid of him. Of course, there had to be a limit to pressuring them. He couldn't force them to do something desperate. Therefore, he chose Pei Fong to make an example out of him. He couldn't pick a pushover at this time. By suppressing the most powerful one, he would naturally scare the others. As for why he wanted each of them to take out 200 million high-grade spirit stones, It was because when Yu Qianqiu was on Xian Island, he found close to 800 million high-grade spirit stones in the storage bags of Hua Zhongming and the other two. It seemed that Hua Zhongming and the others weren't the most powerful among the feudal lords. If they could carry so much money with them, these people definitely couldn't be any worse. Yu Qianqiu did an average calculation and estimated that each of them could take out 200 million. After all, these people were not ordinary cultivators, but local money bags. Although a mere 1 or 200 million was a huge amount, it was not enough to hurt these local money bags. Therefore, they should be willing to take out their money to save their lives. When Pei Fong heard that he wanted to add another 100 million, his expression became complicated. No matter how rich he was, it wasn't easy money that he picked up from the streets. Asking him to take out another 100 million just like that would be painful. After all, it wasn't 1 or 2 million, but 100 million. People were different. Pei Fong was Pei Fong, not Yin Baikong. If it was Yin Baikong, he would probably take the initiative to give another 100 million, and he would even find an opportunity to send more money in the future. He wasn't afraid of Niu Yud asking. He was afraid that Niu Yud wouldn't accept. Seeing him hesitate, Lady Mu turned to look at Yu Qianqiu. Yu Qianqiu raised his eyebrows and said expressionlessly, "Damn fatty, you're not willing?" Pei Fong was startled and smiled awkwardly. I'm willing. Very quickly, he took out another storage pouch and offered it with both hands. He really refused a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. After Lady Mu finished counting, she went to Qi Jujuan, who was standing beside him. Qi Jujuan silently took out a storage pouch. Therefore, it was Ouyangda's turn again. These three standing at the front were naturally the unluckiest. They set an example for the people behind them and took out their money. Yu Qianqiu was secretly delighted. This was a huge amount of wealth. However, on the surface, he said expressionlessly, "Those who paid, scram. Don't wait for me to change my mind and regret it." Needless to say, these three late-stage soul formation cultivators didn't want to stay here anymore. Pei Fong smiled with his bleeding face, cupped his hands, and said, "It's my honor to be able to meet Senior Niu today. We'll take our leave now. Before you leave, listen carefully. From now on, I will take over by Changchun's matters. If anyone violates the old rules, they won't be as easy to talk to as they did today." Yu Qianqiu waved his sleeve and shouted, "Scram!" The three of them nodded speechlessly. Then, they shot into the sky and quickly flew away. After these three people took out their money and left, the others didn't have any temper. They all prepared their spirit stones in advance and waited for Lady Mu to come and collect the money. Those who paid hurriedly ran away. No one dared to stay. Who knew if this fickle Niu Yud would go back on his words? Therefore, some people even took the initiative to pay first and then quickly leave. There were fewer and fewer people around. Some people were even shocked because they didn't have enough spirit stones with them. They hurriedly found someone to borrow them. If they were too late and everyone left, who could they borrow money from? That could kill people. Not long after, the feudal lords who came with ulterior motives didn't get to see the excitement they were looking forward to. Instead, they were all ruthlessly slaughtered. The most unbearable thing was that they took out their own money and gave it away for free. They even had to say thank you to the woman who collected the money. How could they endure this? As a result, they walked away with their faces covered in grime. When Yu Qianqiu saw that the sky had returned to its tranquil state, he returned to the large house, feeling very pleased with himself. Then he sat down on the mat. Not long after, he saw Lady Mu come in with a large cloth bag. She placed it in front of him and opened it, immediately revealing a large pile of storage bags. Lady Mu looked at Yu Qianqiu with respect. She really admired him. It turned out that Mr.'s name, Niu Yud, was so famous outside. He could scare so many soul formation experts to this extent. It was obvious how powerful his hidden cultivation was. It was no wonder that he could take over the demon domain. She had always thought that Yu Qianqiu had hidden his profound cultivation, but she didn't know that there was another reason. "You put on a good show today." Yu Qianqiu first praised Lady Mu. Then, He looked at the pile of storage bags and rubbed his hands excitedly. How many are there in total? Lady Mu came back to her senses and said with a smile, there are a total of 133 people. 200 million for each person. Together with the extra 100 million from that fatty, it's a total of 26. 7 billion superior grade spirit stones. Waha! Yu Qianqiu laughed wildly. He suddenly pounced on the storage bags and gave them a warm hug. He almost burst into tears. I'm rich. This demon domain torturer is really poor. When Bai Changchun left, he didn't leave a single spirit stone behind. Now, he suddenly became rich. Yu Qianqiu, who was lying on the storage bag, really felt sorry for his master. With his master's ability, he could easily extort 1 billion from each of the countries. A few hundred countries would be hundreds of billions. However, his master was too pure. Otherwise, his successor would be the richest man in the world. What a pity! After the excitement, Yu Qianqiu sat back in his original position. He stared at the pile of storage bags in front of him and shook his head with a sigh. What a pity! Only about 100 out of more than 300 lords came. If all of them were here, we would have made a fortune. Lady Mu chuckled and thought to herself, Sir is too greedy. But it's not bad to have so many. Yu Qianqiu pointed to the storage bags in front of him and said, Take one. As the housekeeper of Obedient Island, how can she not have money? Lady Mu was stunned. She knew that it was not good to disobey Yu Qianqiu's words. Hence, she thanked him and took one. Then, Yu Qianqiu waved his hand, and the pile of storage bags in front of him disappeared. They went to the Utopia treasury guarded by Bai Suzhen. At this moment, the sound of someone flying quickly came from the sky. Someone had landed on Obedient Island. Lady Mu did not think much of it, because she believed that with Sir's abilities, what couldn't he handle? However, Yu Qianqiu's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. He was worried that some of the deity transformation stage lord had noticed something was amiss and had returned to settle the score with him. While he was worrying, a person had already appeared at the door. It was none other than Nongzhu. When Nongzhu saw Yu Qianqiu, she and Yu Qianqiu were stunned at the same time. Yu Qianqiu was stunned. He wondered why Nongzhu had rushed over. Had the matter with Viburnum Fairy been resolved so quickly? Nongzhu was shocked when she saw Niu Yud. Then, she remembered that Niu Yud was Yu Qianqiu. You? Why are you here? Yu Qianqiu wanted to ask him about the matter with Viburnum Fairy, but he changed his words. Nongzhu's gaze paused on Lady Mu for a moment, and her eyes became a little sharp. Seeing that she was sitting so close to Yu Qianqiu, she seemed a little unhappy. It was not because she was worried that there would be an ambiguous relationship between them, but because when Bai Changchun was here, this woman did not dare to come into the house easily. Did she become unruly after Bai Changchun left? In Nongzhu's subconscious, Obedient Island and this house represented by Changchun, and no one could blaspheme them. Lady Moon naturally knew that Nongzhu's status in Obedient Island was not ordinary, and she was not an outsider. Being stared at by Yu Qianqiu, she felt a little guilty and hurriedly got up. She bowed to Nongzhu and said, Sir, I'll go out first. She turned around and bowed to Nongzhu, and then walked out quickly. Nongzhu looked back coldly, and then stared at Yu Qianqiu and snorted, Don't lose the dignity of the torture envoy of the demon ghost region. Yu Qianqiu waved his hand disapprovingly and said, I don't have the ability to maintain my dignity. Why don't I pass the position of torture envoy to you now? Don't talk nonsense here. Nongzhu sat next to him angrily. Looking around at the quiet surroundings, she asked suspiciously, Where are Pei Fong and the others? Didn't they come? They came. I just drove them away not long ago. Yu Qianqiu said proudly. You drove them away? Don't talk nonsense. Nongzhu suddenly came to her senses. She pointed at Yu Qianqiu's face and said, You scared them away with the identity of Niu Yud? How could this work? It doesn't matter what method I used. As long as it can solve the problem, it's a good method. Yu Qianqiu said proudly. He decided to keep the matter of making a fortune a secret for the time being. Otherwise, he was afraid that this old man would blackmail him. Nongzhu thought for a while and nodded slowly, saying, It seems that I worried too much. But this is also good. After the news that Neo Yud has taken over the demon ghost region is spread, at least for a period of time, no one dares to disturb the demon ghost region. I can also make use of this time to seize the opportunity. Hearing this, Yu Qianshou asked curiously, "Seize the opportunity for what?" Nongzhu was silent for a while and said, "I'm going to do closed-door training for a period of time." Chapter 718. Yu Qianshou laughed. His master was right. This old man had finally made up his mind to break through his cultivation. That's not right. Nongzhu suddenly slapped her thigh and pointed at Yu Qianshou's nose. With your cultivation, we left Xian Island right after each other. How did you arrive at the demon region before me? There must be something behind this. Tell me honestly. Yu Qianshou was startled. This was really hard to explain. He did come back before Yu Qianshou, and not just a little bit earlier. He had already slept soundly on the lap of a beauty. He rubbed his nose and smiled. I've cultivated a magic art for escaping. I'm good at speed. That's why I came back earlier than you. Since he couldn't explain it clearly, he could only use self-deprecation to keep it a secret. Nongzhu looked at him from head to toe. She said doubtfully, "No wonder you're so good at escaping. What magic art is it? Tell me." You'll know when you have a chance." Yu Qianshou smiled perfunctorily. Seeing that he didn't want to tell her, Nongzhu didn't turn on him. She stood up and stared at him in silence for a while. Then she said slowly, "I trust by Changchun's judgment. You'll have to rely on yourself from now on." She took out a Jade archive and threw it to Yu Qianshou. "I've set up a message formation in the purple bamboo forest. There are coordinates in the Jade archive. You can look for me if you need anything. At least, I won't leave the purple bamboo forest for a while. You're going back to the South Sea now?" Yu Qianshou stood up and followed Nongzhu to the door. After stepping out of the door, Nongzhu said with a serious expression, "Once Bai Changchun leaves, you won't be able to hold on for long. Sooner or later, you'll be exposed. I have to calm down and break through my cultivation to protect myself. If one day the demon region really, at least the purple bamboo forest in the South Sea, can be your home." Yu Qianshou laughed and said, "I'm not as pessimistic as you think, am I?" Nongzhu didn't want to argue with him, so she raised her hand and said, "Be careful. I'm leaving." "Wait." Yu Qianshou stopped him and took out 2 storage pouches. "These are gifts for Zi, Yi, and Furong, one for each of them." Nongzhu was startled when she received it. She then injected her divine sense into it to see what it was. After seeing it, she was stunned for a long time, and the muscles on her face twitched. There were 200 million high-grade spirit stones in each of the 2 storage bags. This was the first time he had seen someone give money to a woman as a gift. Moreover, he was very generous, giving 400 million high-grade spirit stones in one go. Nongzhu gradually came to her senses. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Tell me honestly, how much money do you have?" Yu Qianshou waved his hand disapprovingly and said, "It's not a lot. It's just so. It should be enough to spend in this lifetime. If it's not enough, I'll just earn more." Nongzhu was speechless. The so from this money grubber's mouth must be a frighteningly huge amount. It was better not to know, lest she was provoked. He was a rich man. He watched as Yu Qianshou took out another Jade archive and inserted something into it. Then he took out 2 porcelain bottles and handed them to Miao Yi, saying, "One of the bottles contains the limit-breaking pill, and the other contains the 7 treasures pill. There's a method to use it in this Jade archive. Help me bring it to Furong. It can help her raise her cultivation level to the early stage of tribulation passing." Nongzhu took it and asked suspiciously, "Didn't you say that this thing can poison people to death? Why did you give it to Furong?" Although he knew that Yu Qianshou wouldn't harm Furong, he still had doubts and couldn't help asking. "There are real and fake pills," Yu Qianshou explained weakly. Nongzhu suddenly became furious and said, "How dare you sell fake pills to harm people?" Yu Qianshou rolled his eyes and said, "Which eye of yours saw me sell fake pills? You can't talk nonsense. You go." Nongzhu was so angry that she flung her sleeve and flew away. Looking at the black, that disappearing into the horizon, Yuchincho shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then, he frowned and continued strolling. A cool breeze caressed his face, and the grass was fragrant. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the edge of the 1,000 Miles Lake. Looking at the sparkling surface of the lake, he couldn't help but be startled. His eyes turned, and no one knew what he was thinking. Without hesitation, he jumped into the lake. Splash! Water splashed on the surface of the lake, creating ripples. His figure disappeared from the surface of the lake. Under the water, Yuchincho occasionally spat out a string of bubbles from the corner of his mouth. He dived head first into the bottom of the lake. The water was clear, and schools of fish could be seen swimming in the lake. Some of the bolder fishes even ran over to play around him as he dived, diving down with him. After diving for nearly 100 meters, the light in the water gradually weakened, and it became dark in front of him. The water pressure was getting stronger and stronger. The fish following him didn't seem to be deep-water fish. They all swung their tails and swam back upstream. Yuchincho also felt a little uncomfortable. He pointed his finger downward and began to use the water formula. The surrounding water quickly separated, and his whole body seemed to be wrapped in a bubble, sinking rapidly. The surroundings became darker and darker, so dark that not a single ray of light could be seen. The surroundings were extremely quiet, giving people a terrifying sense of oppression. Yuchincho himself didn't know how deep he had dived. He estimated that it was about 1,000 meters. He felt that using the water formula to repel the water pressure was also getting stronger and stronger. The huge pressure around him kept squeezing, and he gradually felt that he couldn't bear it. It was obvious that with his current cultivation, it would be difficult for him to withstand too much pressure when using the water art. Fortunately, the water formula was miraculous. It could strip the oxygen contained in the water for him to breathe. Otherwise, it would be even more uncomfortable. Just as he was hesitating whether to give up, a faint white light appeared below him. Yuchincho's eyes lit up. It seemed that he was not far from the target he wanted to check out. He gritted his teeth, endured the pressure, and dived deeper. The light below grew bigger and bigger, but his face was also flushed red. The pressure was too great, and he couldn't bear it. But he still persisted. When he started to feel dizzy, Yuchincho didn't dare to go any further. Looking down, the target was only about 100 meters away from him. Unfortunately, the pressure was too great, and he couldn't get close at all. This was also because he could use the water formula to repel the water. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he wouldn't be able to reach this position. At the bottom of the tranquil lake lay a serene pearl. Under the backdrop of the darkness, it emitted a gentle white light, illuminating the surrounding topography of the lake. There were rare, deep-water fishes leisurely swimming around. Rather than calling a pearl, it was more like an upside-down bowl. It was white and smooth like jade, but in reality, it was just a light barrier. This light barrier at the bottom of the lake was at least a few hundred meters wide and 100 meters tall. It was in a semicircular arc. From the surrounding topography, it could be seen that this place was originally a valley. The surrounding shadows rose and fell like a mountain range. Not far away, there was a tall, round pillar-like mountain. Yuchincho looked up the pillar-like mountain and was immediately shocked. Judging from the direction, this should be the lowest base of Obedient Island. He felt that it was a little strange. Most mountains were cone-shaped. How could a mountain grow like this? The circumference of the top and bottom was about the same, and it was as straight as a pillar. Furthermore, this height wasn't low. It was at least 2 kilometers, right? Such a scene couldn't help but make people think of the wooden fish and the wooden mallet used to strike it. The light barrier was like a wooden fish, and the pillars supporting Obedient Island was like the wooden mallet used to strike it. How could there be such a strange topography? Yuchincho was puzzled no matter how he thought about it. After hesitating for a while, Yuchincho felt like his ears were ringing and the dizziness was getting stronger. The distance between him and the water had already shrunk to less than half a foot. If he stayed any longer, he would be in danger. Yuchincho looked down at the light barrier and shook his head in pity. According to Bai Chongchun, the entrance to the demon realm was sealed by the immortal emperor and the underworld king, and a light barrier was a seal that the myriad swords demon monarch added later on. In other words, the entrance to the demon realm was sealed by 2 seals. Even with Bai Changchun's cultivation, he couldn't break through the outer layer of the myriad swords demon monarch seal. Yu Qianqiu originally wanted to see if he could go in, but he didn't expect that even approaching would be difficult. After working for a while in vain, Yu Qianqiu helplessly disappeared into the water. A big bubble broke into several pieces and floated up on the mountainside behind the mountain god temple where the leaders of the Green Gang and Hong Gang were hiding. Yu Qianqiu stood in front of the plane and stared at the mountain god temple below. Because of the raging war in Huaxia, Shi Wenguang's army had already reached the vicinity. The common people were in a panic and didn't dare to go out. Thus, the mountain god temple seemed very deserted. Gu Qingyun and Hong Qi stood behind him and reported the recent developments in Huaxia. 1/3 of Huaxia's territory had already been captured by Shi Wenguang's army, and the poor people who had been oppressed by the imperial court for a long time could no longer bear the corvée labor and taxes brought by the war, so they all formed groups and rose up in rebellion. For a time, the uprising of the poor people was like a spark that started a prairie fire, making the precariously dynasty even worse. If there was no strong support, the dynasty would collapse and defeat would be set in stone. On Wuji Island, the forces of various countries increased the mobilization of manpower, and a large number of cultivators continuously gathered on Wuji Island. In the other countries that were adjacent to Huaxia, there were also a large number of cultivators gathering. Other than the direction of the Demon Ghost region, they had already surrounded Huaxia. Looking at the movements, the forces of various countries were preparing to launch a large-scale attack on Huaxia's cultivation world. The entire Huaxia's cultivation world was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. All of this was within Yu Qianqiu's expectations. With Bai Changchun gone, the various countries would definitely officially make their move. Master, I heard that our Grandmaster is the #1 expert in the world who has already gone to the East Holy Land. Hong Qi's eyes suddenly lit up as he interrupted. Yu Qianqiu made a non-committal "and" sound, and Hong Qi instantly revealed an extremely annoyed expression. It seemed like he was blaming his master for not bringing him to meet his Grandmaster, but he did not dare to be presumptuous in front of his master. Gu Qingyun glanced at Hong Qi and continued to report, all the sects in Huaxia are in danger, and they're all worried that the soul formation experts of various countries are about to make their move. Also, there are quite a number of cultivators in our 2 sects, so we should also prepare early to avoid being implicated when the time comes. You're worrying too much. Yu Qianqiu thought for a while and said, some time ago, the new torture master of the Demon Ghost region, Niu Yud, already warned them that the soul formation experts of various countries don't dare to come to Huaxia for the time being. Think of a way to spread this news so that the various sects can prepare for war with peace of mind. Don't make it so that they surrender before the fight even starts. Anyway, they're all tired of living. If there's something wrong with their cultivation, it's better to die a little more. Chapter 719. Gu Qingyun and Hong Qi looked at each other. Then, Yu Qianqiu continued, if they fight as long as they don't provoke you, don't get involved. Anyway, your subordinates are all wandering itinerant cultivators. They don't have a fixed territory and are just making a living in the cracks. No matter who wins, you won't get any benefits. So, don't be used by them. Who cares who wins or loses? Continue being bandits. Yes, there's nothing bad about being a bandit. Freedom. You don't have to listen to others, and you'll still have food to eat. The 2 of them looked at each other speechlessly again. Gu Qingyun coughed and said, Boss, the 10,000 demons and moon sects seem to be sending people to look for you. Let them look for them. Yu Qianqiu didn't think much of it. I promised to help them deal with the soul formation experts who came to bully us. But the soul formation experts haven't attacked us yet. What's the point of looking for them? I can't be bothered with them. After giving instructions to the 2 of them, Yu Qianqiu returned to Utopia directly. He stood alone in a remote area and closed his eyes in deep thought. After a long time, he opened his eyes with a puzzled look and his brows furrowed into a deep furrow. There was something that worried him. He didn't know what was going on with Bai Changchun in the East Holy Land. He searched for Bai Changchun's location in the East Holy Land several times, but he actually stopped at the same place and didn't move at all. He didn't know if it was because of the special environment in the East Holy Land or because Bai Changchun was trapped. Either situation was easy to explain. He was just afraid that Bai Changchun had met with an accident and died. His worried gaze gradually became determined. He decided to take the risk and go to the East Holy Land to see what was going on with Bai Changchun. Otherwise, how could a living person not move for a long time? It couldn't be that he went to the East Holy Land to meditate, right? That was too nonsensical. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, Yu Qianqiu quickly looked around vigilantly. If something was wrong, he would immediately flash back. However, what he saw and heard in front of his eyes left him in shock. The sun was shining brightly in front of him, and the salty sea breeze was blowing gently. Waves were crashing against the shore in front of him, and the tide was rising on the white beach beside him. All of this indicated that he was standing by the seaside. Not far behind him, there were even some cacti that were as tall as a human growing on the slope. Carefully observing his surroundings, Yu Qianqiu became more and more confused the more he looked. He scratched his head in puzzlement. Could this be the legendary Holy East Land that was said to be extremely dangerous? The sea view is not bad. His gaze suddenly landed on an island in the distance. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like old ancestor Nanming's Xianxian Island. Holy East Lands? Xianxian Island? When Yu Qianqiu came to his senses, he was stunned. Could this be the Eastern Holy Land opposite Xian Island? After observing for a long time, he finally confirmed that he was standing in the Eastern Holy Land opposite Xian Island. It was probably because of the formation that sealed the Eastern Holy Land. When looking from Xian Island, it was a vast expanse of whiteness, but when looking from the inside, it was as clear as day. This was similar to the defensive formations used by some cultivation sections. However, the strange thing was that he did not see Bai Changchun nearby, but he could clearly sense that the silver ball he had given him was here. Otherwise, he would not have been able to teleport here. In order to accurately lock onto the location of the silver ball, Yu Qianqiu returned to Utopia once again. In the blink of an eye, he appeared where he had disappeared, but this time, he was 2 meters away from his original position. Yu Qianqiu stared at the white beach under his feet in a daze. His expression became abnormally terrified, and in the blink of an eye, he saw large droplets of tears flowing down his face. He suddenly cried out in grief, "Master, who did this to you?" He immediately knelt on the ground and began to frantically dig the sand. After digging more than a meter deep, he dug out a storage bag from the hole. He continued to dig with all his might, but he could not find anything. After a while, he sat down weakly in the 2-meter-deep hole, hugging the storage bag as tears flowed down his face silently. He did not know what kind of expert Bai Changchun had encountered, to the point where even his corpse could not be found. If there had not been an accident with Bai Changchun's cultivation, how could he have lost his belongings like a 3-year-old child? After feeling sad for a while, he wiped away his tears and rummaged through the storage bag. He wanted to see if his master, the world's #1 expert, had left behind any valuable inheritance. This was what he thought. After all, the dead had passed away, and the living had to continue living well. If the dead could leave behind any treasures for the living, it would also be a form of comfort for the living. However, he was greatly disappointed to find that his master was as poor as ever. He only poured out the 10 or so small silver balls in a jade archive that he had given him. He did not expect the world's #1 expert to die so cleanly. However, when he saw the jade archive, his eyes lit up again. He guessed that the jade archive contained some kind of peerless cultivation method. Even if it was by Changchun's own cultivation method, it would be enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Yu Qianqiu was stunned. There was indeed something recorded in the Jade archive, but it was not a cultivation method. Instead, It was a message that Bai Changchun had left for him. "Yu Qianshou, my disciple. Snow, rain, wind, and frost have lasted for 2,000 years. The great Tao is long, and I walk alone. Carefree and without fear, clad in a green robe, I set foot in the East Pole." Yu Qianshou was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He immediately cursed in exasperation. F***CK. "Old man, you're so ruthless. Why are you walking alone? If I run into any trouble, I'll still need your help." He put away the items and leaped out of the 2-meter-deep sandhole. Then he ran up the slope by the sea that was covered with scattered cacti. He looked into the distance, but he could not see a single person. Behind the slope was a vast expanse of yellow sand. Tall cacti grew everywhere, and their bodies were covered with thorns. It was as messy as Yu Qianshou's mood. Bai Changchun did not bring the silver ball with him. Moreover, it had been so many days since the incident, and he had no idea where it had gone. How could he possibly find it? Yu Qianshou let out a long sigh and sat down on the sand weakly. He felt like crying, but had no tears. If he had known this would happen, he would not have taken over the demon's domain. He hung his head and muttered to himself, "You have no conscience. To think that I cried so much for you." Bai Changchun's action of leaving behind the storage pouch was simple. He did not want Yu Qianshou to find him. From his short message, it could be seen that he did not want Yu Qianshou to save him and bring him out of the holy land of the East, no matter how dangerous it was. Especially the third sentence, carefree and fearless. It was clear that he did not want to have any worries, and that he should go about his business and not look for him anymore. He wanted him to let go of the burden that he had been carrying for 1,000 years and go out on his own. Very cool. Typical Bai Changchun's arrogance. However, this was undoubtedly cutting off his own path of retreat. He could only charge forward without turning back, no matter how dangerous it was, unless the heaven and earth formation that sealed the Holy Land collapsed. Without his biggest backer, Yu Qianshou's mind was blank. He did not want to think about anything, because just thinking about it made his scalp go numb. Once Neo Yud's identity was exposed, those soul formation experts who were deceived by him would not let him go. He would probably hide in Utopia for the rest of his life. As for Shi Wenguang and the others in the secular world, they would definitely end up very, very badly. I don't want to think about anything. Lying on the beach and basking in the sun, he crossed his legs and hummed a crooked song. There's no drunken sunset in the coconut grove, just a sea of blue. Sunshine, beach, waves, cacti, and an old captain. After singing it many times, he suddenly stopped and got up. He patted his butt and looked around. He sneered and said, "You're relaxed after throwing me the burden. No way. No matter how big the Holy Land is, it's only this big. I don't believe I can't find you." He looked around and suddenly landed on the cactus that covered the sand. His eyes lit up and he clicked his tongue. "This thing doesn't exist in Utopia, but I can dig some back and plant them. It'll add to the scenery." He got to work immediately. The black fire saber appeared in his hand. He dug a few of them and moved them back to Utopia. When he dug the 6th one, he stabbed the saber into the sand. Suddenly, a red liquid shot out from the place where the saber was inserted, spraying him all over. "Damn it! What's this?" Before he could finish speaking, he smelled a strong stench. He was furious. Since he had already dirted himself, he stabbed the black fire saber into the ground. Every time he stabbed, a stream of red liquid would shoot out from the place where the saber was inserted. Such a demonic action was more or less a way to vent his anger. Bai Changchun's departure without saying goodbye had indeed made him a little unhappy. But at this moment, the ground under his feet suddenly shook violently, causing him to lose his balance. Suddenly, he felt that the ground was much higher, and there were roars coming from below. What was that? Yu Qianshou was instantly dumbfounded. He tried his best to stabilize his body, not knowing what was below. Suddenly, 3 thick, black, vine-like things shot out from the sand within a radius of 12 meters. They were wriggling toward him. Yu Qianshou's gaze turned cold. He waved the black saber in his hand and destroyed them like they were mud. The stench of red liquid splattered everywhere, and chunks of things fell from the ground. The rest quickly retreated back into the sand. In the end, the roars from below became even louder. F***CK? When Yu Qianqiu was angry, there was no reasoning. He had always believed in striking first to gain the upper hand. He had already determined that there was definitely a monster below. He stabbed the saber in, not even reaching the saber handle. Fresh red and smelly blood spurted out. Yu Qianqiu pulled out the saber, and a ball of fierce black flames appeared on the saber. He had used the black flame to burn the blade. Woo-woo. A deafening howl came from below. The violent tremors caused the ground to sink, and then it suddenly rose up, throwing Yu Qianqiu into the air. Yu Qianqiu, who was in the air, was covered in blood. He held the black fire saber in his hand and stared down like a god of death. Chapter 720. Sand flew up like rain, and a huge monster popped out from the sand. For a moment, it was hard to see what it was, but more than a dozen huge tentacles stabbed at Yu Qianqiu in the air. Yu Qianqiu quickly flew out, but after flying for a short distance, his expression changed. He felt that while he was using his cultivation, the true essence in his body was being consumed several times. Alarmed, he quickly landed on a sand dune dozens of meters away. At this time, he did not have time to investigate the reason for the rapid consumption of true essence in his body. He turned around and stared at the monster that popped out from the sand. He saw that after the monster popped out of the air and spread its tentacles, its arm span was almost more than 30 meters. It was like a big umbrella opened in the air, setting off a storm of sand that fell from the sky. Big octopus? Yu Qianqiu looked at the big guy that popped up in the air and then fell down, stunned. The monster with more than a dozen huge tentacles looked very much like an octopus, but it seemed that an ordinary octopus did not have so many tentacles, nor was it so big. The strangest thing was that its body seemed to be covered with black scales the size of a palm. After letting out two painful howls, the big guy fell straight from the air and smashed into the sand, motionless. One of the huge tentacles fell 2 meters in front of Yu Qianqiu. At the end of the tentacle, there was a sharp black claw that looked like a fawn. A burst of black smoke came out from the top of the big octopus's head, and its huge body was withering at a visible speed. Then it spread to the dozen or so huge tentacles. Not long after, the huge monster turned into a pile of ashes on the sand. This was the terrible result of being burned by the black fire. Yu Qianqiu did not know whether this big guy was an octopus or not. In any case, he did not know what kind of monster it was. He looked at the black fire-extinguished saber in his hand with a dignified gaze. Using the fire spell to maintain the saber did not consume much true essence, but now that he carefully examined it, he found that the true essence consumption was greater than usual. At first, he did not notice anything unusual, but when he fiercely circulated his true essence while flying, he found that something was wrong. Previously, he had thought that it was the monster's doing, but now that the monster was dead, he discovered that revolving the fire art to maintain the saber was still consuming his quintessential essence. Clearly, it had nothing to do with the monster. What the hell was going on? Yu Qianqiu looked around suspiciously, but didn't find anything unusual, so he put away the broadsword. As a result, Yu Qianqiu stared blankly for a moment before suddenly shooting up into the sky. After circling twice in the air, he suddenly understood everything and quickly landed on the ground. It turned out that as long as he used his cultivation technique, he would discover that there was an unknown force in the world that was quietly extracting the true essence from his body. The more true essence he used, the more true essence would be extracted from his body. In short, the consumption was proportional to the extracted true essence, which was 1-to-1. In other words, the consumption of true essence to execute a technique here was double that of outside. Yu Qianqiu found it hard to understand. How could such a strange thing happen in the same world? Could it be because of the heaven and earth great formation that sealed the eastern Holy Land? Just as he was puzzled, he saw a cloud of dust billowing in the distance. There were more than 10 people riding fast horses galloping on the sandy ground, galloping towards him at high speed. Yu Qianqiu scratched his head in confusion. Weren't the people sealed in the Eastern Holy Land the experts of the netherworld and immortal world? Why were they riding horses at such a tortoise-like speed? In a short while, more than 10 people arrived in front of him. They slowed down and circled around him. Yu Qianqiu sized them up in surprise. It seemed that their expressions weren't very friendly, and they were staring at him with hostility. However, what made him feel the most strange was that these people were obviously mortals. They were very different from the experts in the Eastern Holy Land he had imagined. The more than 10 people on horseback all had strong and sturdy bodies. They had bronze-colored skin and were very muscular. Their long hair was tied into many whips, and they even wore feathers on their heads. Their necks and wrists were adorned with animal tooth jewelry. Most of the skin on their bodies was exposed, and only some of the important parts were covered with cloth. On their waists were crudely cast knives, and there were even some who carried animal tooth spears on their backs. These people's dressing reminded Yu Qianqiu of the Native Americans in his previous life. Their styles were quite similar. One of them made Yu Qianqiu's eyes light up slightly. It was actually a beautiful woman. She had a strong and voluptuous body. Her two slender thighs with beautiful curves clamped on the horse's belly. Her full breasts were wrapped in animal skin. Coupled with her bronze-colored skin, she was filled with a wild beauty. It made people want to conquer her with a single look. However, she wore a 5-colored feather on her head, and the knives on her waist were of much better quality than the others. She also had the appearance of being supported by the crowd. She seemed to be the leader of these people. If one looked carefully, they would discover that on the naked arms of these people, there was a similar pattern drawn. It was exactly the same as the monster with many tentacles that Yu Qianqiu killed. A man next to the wild beauty suddenly waved his hand and pointed 100 meters away. He exclaimed, "Garland, look!" Everyone's gaze followed. Yu Qianqiu also couldn't help but look back. He discovered that it was the ashes left behind after he killed the monster. The two men rode their horses and galloped over. They circled around the pile of ashes and examined it. Then they quickly galloped back. One of them nodded and said, "Garland, it should be the remains of a man-eating octopus, but it seems to have been burned to ashes by someone. The commotion just now should have come from here." In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on Yu Qianqiu. They were somewhat in awe. The wild and sexy beauty asked, "Did you kill the man-eating octopus?" Her gentle voice was mixed with undisguised brutality. It gave people a pure and natural feeling. It was very pleasant to listen to. Yu Qianqiu shook his head without hesitation and said, "I didn't kill it. The person who killed it has already flown away." He spread his arms and made a flying gesture. It was as disgusting as it could be. The reason why he didn't admit it was because he felt that he shouldn't take responsibility for everything before he understood the situation. It wasn't safe. In addition, from the pattern on these people's arms, he deduced that the dead monster might be their totem. If he admitted it, he might offend them. The group of people looked at each other and exclaimed, "Immortals!" Yu Qianqiu's eyebrows trembled slightly when he heard that. After the shock, the beauty called Garland asked doubtfully, "Which tribe are you from? How can you barge into our tribe's territory with your bare hands?" Yu Qianqiu was speechless. He felt very conflicted. Damn it, is this the Eastern Holy Land? Why does it feel like I've come to a primitive society? He scratched his head and thought for a while. He pointed at his head and said, "I lost my memory. I can't remember anything. After I woke up, I found myself here." He lied casually, but this was the least credible lie in the long history of his lying. There was no other way. He didn't know anything about the situation here. Although the people in front of him were all mortals who knew what kind of background they had. "Lost your memory?" Garland said in a daze. The group of people on horseback were dumbfounded. They looked at each other. Someone said to the person beside him, "Elder Ming from the tribe seems to have lost his memory because of his old age. He can't remember anything." "Big brother. That's called Alzheimer's. Okay." Yu Qianqiu was speechless. Another person said, "I heard that someone in the tribe fell off his horse and hit his head on a rock. In the end, he also couldn't remember anything." Garland waved her hand and stopped everyone's discussion. She stared at Yu Qianqiu and said, "Looking at your gorgeous clothes, your attire isn't ordinary either. You should be someone from a faraway city. If you're from a nearby tribe, we'll definitely know you." She looked around and continued, "There are often ferocious beasts around here. It's not safe for you to be here alone. Why don't you go back with us first? When you remember anything, we'll decide what to do." What a kind person. Even if he lost his memory, he would still believe it. Yu Qianqiu nodded repeatedly in agreement. He was still worried about not understanding the situation here. It would be best to go back with them and ask for some information. Unexpectedly, a man beside Garland stared at Yu Qianqiu and said, "Garland, this person's eyes are flickering. One look and you can tell that he's not a good person. If we bring him back, what if he's a spy sent by some tribe? The fence gathering is about to begin. We have to prevent anyone from betraying us warriors. Besides, how are you going to explain to the tribe elders if you suddenly bring a stranger back? You're the one who can tell that you're not a good person." Yu Qianqiu cursed inwardly, but pretended that he didn't understand. Seeing that the others also nodded in agreement, Garland seemed a little hesitant. But when he saw Yu Qianqiu's obedient and pitiful look, he immediately said decisively, "Bring him back first and have someone guard him. I'll explain to the tribe elders. If they don't agree, it won't be too late to drive him away. Bodo, give him your horse." The one called Bodo was the strong man who stopped Yu Qianqiu from going back. He nodded helplessly and said, "All right." He jumped off the horse, pulled the reins over, and stuffed them into Yu Qianqiu's hands. Garland asked, "Do you know how to ride a horse?" Yu Qianqiu nodded. Garland nodded and said, "Follow us." With that, he took the lead and galloped away. Bodo climbed onto the back of another man's horse. The two of them rode side by side, and the group galloped away. Yu Qianqiu turned back to look at the indistinct Xian Island in the distance. He jumped onto the bareback horse without a saddle, pulled on the reins, and kicked the horse's belly with his heels. The horse's hooves kicked up yellow sand, and he quickly chased after the group of people in front of him. After about 15 minutes of running, they finally ran out of the yellow sand. Green grass began to appear around them. Not long after turning around a valley, a vast forest appeared in front of them. The group of people directly rode into the forest. After passing through the deep forest along a winding path, their eyes suddenly opened up. A wide lake as clear as a mirror lay quietly in the depths of the forest. It made them feel like they were in a fairy tale. Chapter 721. In the lush green grass beside the lake, there was a path that looked like gray ribbons. A dozen or so riders formed a line and galloped along the path to the foot of the short mountain ahead. It was a grayish-brown stone mountain. With Yu Qianqiu's cultivation, he could see at a glance that there were many caves on the mountain. There were people going in and out of the caves, so it was obviously used for living. As they ran past the lake, Yu Qianqiu, who was at the back, was a little dumbfounded. He couldn't help but look back. This was because there was actually a group of naked men and women happily bathing in the lake near the foot of the mountain. Those women had their breasts exposed without the slightest scruple. In groups of 2 or 3, they were stirring the clear lake water and singing loud, beautiful, and aphrodisiac songs. F***, this is such a good place. Yu Qianqiu's eyes lit up. As he looked at the people in the lake were also looking at him curiously. The reason was probably because they were curious to see him wearing so many clothes. When the group reached the foot of the mountain, they all dismounted. Bodo came over to lead his horse. Yu Qianqiu looked around and saw that the grass at the foot of the mountain was surrounded by a fence. There were many horses tied to the fence, and the group of people were tying their horses to it. Inside the fence, there were many crude tents made of animal skin, and many children were running and playing among them. Breathing in the fresh air filled with the smell of nature, and then looking at such a simple style, Yu Qianqiu sighed with emotion. Garland, who had tied the horse, walked over to him. She stood in front of him and looked at him for a while before saying, "Don't run around. I'll report to the elders. If they agree to let you stay, then you can stay. Otherwise, they'll drive you out. Understood. Yu Qianqiu nodded with a smile. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at Garland's body. Only then did he realize that this woman's figure was even better when she was standing. She had a strong waist, full breasts, and perky buttocks. Coupled with the wild aura she exuded, she was truly pleasing to the eye. Garland didn't care about his lecherous eyes at all. He waved his hand, and two men came out of the people who came with him. They crossed their strong arms in front of their chests and stared at him from both sides. They seemed to be monitoring him, afraid that he would run away. Yu Qianqiu didn't mind. He watched as Garland walked into a cave at the top of the mountain. Then he glanced at the two people on his left and right, turned around with his hands behind his back, and looked leisurely at the people bathing by the lake. He thought to himself, looking at it with pure appreciation, it's really primitive. However, what was even more primitive was yet to come. Not long after, the men and women who were bathing in the lake walked up to the shore hand in hand and hugged each other, kissing and touching each other without restraint. Soon after, pairs of them fell on the grass by the lake and began to copulate on the spot. In an instant, the quiet lakeside was filled with gasps and moans. F***CK. Group. Field team? Yu Qianqiu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was truly dumbfounded. The situation was far beyond his expectations. Shoo! Suddenly, he heard a loud and clear whistle. Yu Qianqiu silently turned his head and looked to both sides. He saw that the two strong men were beaming with joy. They put their fingers in their mouths and whistled hard. They even spread their limbs and made bodybuilding poses towards the lakeside, activating the strong muscles on their arms. The most terrifying thing was that the children who were originally running and playing inside the fence were also clinging to the fence, waving their arms and shouting at the people who were copulating by the lake. It was a little like a cheerleader in a sports competition, and the men who were working hard by the lake also worked even harder. The more intense gasps and moans intertwined with each other, lingering and lingering. Oh my God, I've seen everything in my life, but I've never seen this. Yu Qianqiu's head drooped down powerlessly. He was completely speechless by these people. And when the two men who were monitoring him saw his dejected look, they suddenly looked proud. One of them walked to Yu Qianqiu's side, showing off his burly body that was nearly 2 meters tall, and compared it with Yu Qianqiu's small body, revealing a look of infinite contempt. Yu Qianqiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, Garland ran down from the mountain. She was slightly stunned when she saw the dejected Yu Qianqiu, and then looked at the two men who were demonstrating by the side. She couldn't help but giggle. Yu Qianqiu raised his head and looked at her. He shook his head and sighed slightly. He really didn't know what to say. Who would have thought that a man beside him would suddenly jump in front of Garland and dance his hands and feet to show off his robust body? He kept dancing provocatively, as if he was courting her. As a result, Yu Qianqiu was once again dumbfounded. Yu Qianqiu was even thinking, could it be that any man or woman here could do that? Garland patted his strong chest and pushed him away. The man immediately became listless. Garland walked to Yu Qianqiu and said with a smile, "Someone who lost his memory. Can you still remember your name?" Yu Qianqiu was taken aback. Yu Qianqiu, what a strange name. Garland mumbled and said, "The elders said that women can reproduce, and children are the future of the tribe. As for men, they have to bear the responsibility of protecting and raising the tribe. Our tribe doesn't take in useless men. If you can hunt a wolf or any ferocious beast in the forest to prove that you're a real man, then our tribe will be willing to take you in temporarily. Otherwise, we won't waste food on you and will expel you. Do you have the courage to accept this test?" Yu Qianqiu looked at himself up and down. Did he look so weak that he couldn't even kill the alpha wolf? To be honest, he didn't want to stay here at all. Mingling with this group of primitive people was too unbecoming of his identity as the dignified Phantom Region's torture master. However, he didn't know how deep the waters of the Eastern Holy Land were. He had to find a foothold and spend some time to understand it. Otherwise, he might get into trouble if he just barged around randomly. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he touched his nose and said, "Accepting the test is not a problem. I would like to ask, what tribe are you from?" He subconsciously looked at the group of people fighting in the wild by the lake. "Cannibals," Garland said with a smile. In the end, it gave Yu Qianqiu a fright. He said in shock, "Cannibals?" The two men at the side immediately laughed out loud, as if they were looking down on Yu Qianqiu's cowardice. "Don't be afraid." Garland also chuckled. She pointed at the totem on her arm and said, "This is a man-eating octopus. They have been multiplying since a long time ago. They originally lived in the sea, but for some unknown reason, they were confined even though the sea was so close to them. The animals on land could no longer enjoy the embrace of the sea, and these man-eating octopuses slowly got used to life on land. They like to hide under the sand and hunt people or animals that pass by. Because they are the strongest and most ferocious beast in our tribe, they have become the symbol of our tribe. This is why we are called cannibals, not because we eat people." "Oh." Yu Qianqiu nodded to show that he understood. Then he asked, "Then how do I accept the test? Do I go hunting in the forest now?" "You must be accompanied by our people to see you kill a ferocious beast with their own eyes." As Garland spoke, she suddenly pointed and said with a smile, "Tomorrow, you will go hunting with them." Yu Qianqiu turned his head and saw a group of people coming out of the forest on one side, returning with all kinds of beasts they had hunted. They were carrying the beasts on their backs, hands, and shoulders. It could be said that they had returned with a full load, especially the strong man at the front, who was carrying a big brown bear on his shoulder. It was probably a few hundred kilograms. Even Yu Qianqiu was a little surprised to see that a mortal could carry such a heavy thing. He must be really strong. When the group returned, it immediately attracted the cheers of the children around them. They all ran to greet them, and at the same time, they wanted to see how many kinds of prey they had hunted today and what the most ferocious prey was. The man carrying the big brown bear walked directly towards them. Suddenly, he threw the prey on the ground with a bang, and even the ground shook. This burly man, who was more than 2 meters tall, walked so far with a heavy load, but his face was not red, and he was not panting. He was looking at Yu Qianqiu curiously with a pair of big eyes. "This is Bodo's brother, Boli. He is the strongest warrior in man here." Garland smiled and introduced him to Yu Qianqiu. Then he introduced Boli. "This is a poor man with amnesia. His name is Yu Qianqiu. He will go hunting with you tomorrow. If he can kill a ferocious beast, the elders will temporarily take him in." Boli was stunned, and then he pointed at Yu Qianqiu and laughed boorishly. "Even the thinnest man here is stronger than you. You can hunt ferocious beasts with that body of yours. If your neck is bitten off by a beast, you will lose your life. I advise you to leave this place." Yu Qianqiu really wanted to go up and beat him up, but he had a faint smile on his face as he said, "I can give it a try. If I really get my neck bitten off by a wild beast, that's my fate." He imitated the way the people here spoke. Boli was still shaking his head. Garland said unhappily, "Boli, the elders have agreed." Boli was stunned. He looked at Yu Qianqiu and nodded. "All right then, we will take you with us tomorrow." Then he turned to the men and women who had finished their business by the lake and waved his arms, shouting, "Woo!" The men and women ran over and helped to unload the prey from the horses' backs. They were very happy to see so many prey. At this moment, Boli suddenly picked Garland up and walked to the lake with her in his arms. Garland also hooked her arms around his neck and gazed at him affectionately. Yu Qianqiu was speechless. He could only watch as the two of them went to the lakeside and stripped off the few pieces of clothing they had left to bathe together. After taking a bath, they unscrupulously did vigorous exercises by the lake. After seeing this unrestrained scene, Yu Qianqiu's expression seemed to be used to it. However, the thoughts he had about Garland at the beginning had been thrown out of his mind, and he felt a little nauseous. He looked into the distance, wondering where Bai Changchun had gone. Chapter 722. With the return of the hunting team, the men and women of the tribe immediately became busy, slaughtering, disemboweling, skinning. For a moment, The originally fresh air was filled with the stench of blood and stench. The women set up a big pot to light a fire, and the men threw the big pieces of meat directly into the pot to cook, and some directly roasted them over the fire. The children, with small knives in their hands, worked together to pry open the beasts' mouths and pulled out the sharpest fangs of the beasts. Someone carried a big bag of salt from the cave, smeared most of the remaining fresh meat with salt, pickled it on the spot, and then transported it to the cave to be stored in the shade. The various kinds of animal skins that were peeled off were also sprinkled with powdery substances and dried in the sun. It was estimated that after processing, it could be made into clothes for them to wear. After a while, the smell of meat and stench coexisted in the air. The people of the tribe seemed to have smelled the most wonderful smell in the world, and the children happily jumped up and down. Yu Qianqiu sat alone on a small grassy slope at the side, looking at these easily satisfied people with a smile. Night fell, the bright moon rose in the sky, and the stars twinkled. Piles of bonfires were burning at the foot of the mountain, and the stench in the air had long dissipated, leaving only the rich smell of meat, which made people feel hungry. This tribe of only a few hundred people seemed to have turned out in full force at this time, all gathering at the foot of the mountain, dancing a rough dance around the bonfires. Only then did Yu Qianqiu realize that those who were qualified to live in the cave were women and children, and many of the women had big bellies. 6 rather old women dressed in the most colorful furs of wild beasts, with the brightest feathers on their heads. They were escorted to the flattest grassland, which was covered with soft animal skins, showing off their noble status. Just after the 6 old women sat down, the animal skin drum that had been placed on the side made a dong-dong sound, cheerful, warm, and full of passion. Garland, the most beautiful and sexy woman in the tribe, was the first to jump into the middle of the bonfire, her seductive hips and waist twisting like a water snake, instantly igniting a night of revelry. Men, women, old, young, and children began to sing and dance to their heart's content. The wild singing resounded through the night sky, and the unrestrained dancing was unrestrained. A feast that belonged to this tribe began. The delicious meat was taken down from the pots and grills, and the most delicious parts were cut off and presented to the 6 old women. Then, everyone began to eat heartily. The fragrant liquid in the urns was also drunk by everyone. A simple and happy life. Yu Qianqiu, who was excluded from the crowd, sat alone on the grassy slope outside the fence, watching everything with a smile. Someone noticed his loneliness. Galen brought him a piece of meat on a wooden plank, along with a hollowed wooden cup filled with fragrant liquid. "You must be hungry. It's for you." Galen placed it in front of him. Yu Qianqiu looked at the wild, sexy, and kind woman in front of him and said, "Thank you." He picked up the cup and sniffed it. It was really fragrant. He tried to take a sip, but found that it was sour and difficult to swallow. He grabbed the piece of meat and took another bite. It was a little overcooked. Other than the fragrance of the meat, there was only the salty taste. The taste was really not flattering. He really did not know how these people could eat so happily. For him, who was used to eating delicious food, it was a little funny, but in order to show respect to the kind hostess, he forced himself to finish it one bite at a time. Galen, who had been staring at him, smiled and said, "I'll get you some more." Yu Qianqiu hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, I'm already full. I really can't eat anymore." Galen frowned and said, "You only ate so little. No wonder you're so thin." Yu Qianqiu smiled awkwardly. Galen sat next to him and asked curiously, "You really don't remember anything about your origins?" Yu Qianqiu smiled and shook his head, indicating that he really did not remember. He then pointed to the 6 old women in the tribe and changed the topic. "They are your tribe elders?" "Yes." Galen nodded. Yu Qianqiu asked curiously, "Why are the tribe elders all women? What about your tribe leader? Is there no tribe leader?" In his mind, there must be a tribe leader in every tribe. Galen patted her chest and said, "I am a tribe leader." Women are the most respected, so the tribe elders are naturally women. The women who can become tribe elders are people who have made great contributions to the tribe. They are all the women in our tribe who have the most children. Yu Qianqiu was stunned. After the two of them talked for a while, he finally understood the situation of this tribe. It turned out that this tribe was a small, matriarchal society. Women had the highest status in the tribe. Especially the women who had the most children, they were respected by the entire tribe. Just like the 6 old women, they were respected by the tribe as tribe elders. And Galen could become the tribe leader because she was the most beautiful and sexiest woman in the tribe. She could attract the most men. This seemingly ridiculous thing had its own explanation. Women who could attract the most men to have sex with were the most likely to have the most children. This kind of women enjoyed a status second only to the tribe elders. At the same time, they had the right to choose the strongest men to have sex with. They wanted to give birth to the strongest men or the most beautiful women. Then the most beautiful women could attract more men to have sex with, and the strongest men could protect the tribe and hunt more prey to raise the tribe. Based on this logic, beautiful women made great contributions and carried the heavy burden of strengthening the tribe. They really did have the right to become the tribe leader. In short, in order to reproduce the next generation, this tribe highly advocated sex between men and women. It could be done at any time, and no one would look down on it or feel ashamed. Instead, the men and women who did not do it would be looked down upon by everyone. When a woman appeared in the tribe that was recognized as more beautiful or sexier than Galen, then Galen's position as tribe leader would be handed over. Although it was ridiculous, there was no doubt because the more beautiful woman could attract the stronger men to have sex with. Yu Qianqiu was speechless. The relationships in this tribe were a little messy. To put it bluntly, it had even disrupted ethics. The children born were raised by the entire tribe. In fact, it was impossible to tell who the father of the child was. As long as the woman was willing, any man in the tribe could have sex with her at any time. However, if the woman refused, the man had no right to force the woman. This was because women had a very high status in the tribe. After knowing this, Yu Qianqiu could only shake his head and smile bitterly. It was not good for him to make any comments. There was naturally a reason for it to exist. While the two of them were sitting here talking, there were already many aroused men and women rolling around on the grass. Yu Qianqiu really found it a little hard to accept. He could only silently say, "Get used to it." "Galen, what did you mean by the fence meeting you talked about during the day?" Yu Qianqiu asked. Galen sized him up with a curious gaze, as if to say, "You don't even know this. You really have lost your memory." After organizing his thoughts, he said, "The most honorable place in the entire continent is the immortal city. There are many powerful immortals living there. Below the immortal city are many great feudal lords, and below the great feudal lords are the feudal lords. Within the territory of every feudal lord, there are many tribes. Our tribe belongs to the territory of Lust City's city lord, and the city lord is also the feudal lord. The entire continent holds a fence meeting once every 3 years. First, there will be a division competition in the feudal lord city. The top 100 strongest warriors will be qualified to go to the great feudal lord city to participate in the finals again. The top 100 warriors in the finals will have the opportunity to go to the immortal city. We don't know what happens after going to the immortal city, but it should be to serve the immortals." Yu Qianqiu frowned and muttered, "Don't tell me there are no benefits to participating in this kind of competition. Of course there are benefits." Galen explained, "If the tribe's warriors can win in the preliminary competition and enter the top 100, the tribe can get a prize. If they win in the finals, they can get even more prize money. With the prize money, we could buy enough salt." "Buy salt?" Yu Qianqiu was stunned. "The sea is sealed, and we can't get close. Naturally, we can't get salt. Only the people of the immortal city have a way to get salt. Salt is very expensive. The surplus of our annual hunting harvest is sold in the city, but the money we earn isn't even enough for the tribe to use for a month. So only the tribe's warriors can participate in the fence meeting and win. With enough prize money, they can buy enough salt for the tribe to continue living," Galen said. "So that's how it is. Yu Qianqiu nodded slightly, then suddenly asked, will the victorious warriors come back? The warriors who win in the preliminary competition will get the right to live in the city and can continue to earn money to buy salt for the tribe. The victorious warriors in the finals will go to the immortal city to enjoy life and won't come back. Galen said this with a complicated expression. Oh, Yu Qianqiu seemed to have a sudden realization. The dangerous East Holy Land that was rumored to be in the cultivation world had already formed its own social system. The so-called immortals in the immortal city were probably the immortals who were sealed here in the immortal world. Weren't there people from the underworld? Where did they go? Did they all die? Such powerful people shouldn't die so easily. Yu Qianqiu patted his head and said, why do I vaguely feel that other than the immortals in the immortal city, there's some more powerful people, but I just can't remember. You're talking about the people who live in the underground world, right? Galen reminded. Underground world? I think so. I can't remember. Yu Qianqiu smiled awkwardly. Galen immediately explained, legend has it that there's an underground world under the mainland. A group of people who are as powerful as immortals live there, but they don't like to see the sun, so they rarely show up on the mainland. You should be talking about them, right? Yu Qianqiu nodded slightly. It seemed that the so-called people from the underground world were the people from the underworld who were sealed here. Chapter 723. Thanks to Chief Garland's care, he wasn't allowed to sleep in the open. Instead, he was given a tent. In fact, it didn't matter if Yu Qianqiu wanted a tent or not. When he refused, Garland looked at the moon in the sky and pointed to the lake. Every time there is moonlight, the crocodiles in the lake will climb to the shore. It's dangerous for you to sleep outside the fence. Crocodiles? Yu Qianqiu said in disbelief. Why do you bathe in the lake when there are crocodiles? Garland smiled. These crocodiles are called moonlight crocodiles. They only come to the surface of the lake at night to breathe. They only climb to the shore when the moon appears. Usually, they hide deep under the lake. You will be fine as long as you sleep inside the fence. They rarely break through the fence. Even if they break through, the fence will block their movements. We can avoid them in advance. Rarely? Yu Qianqiu frowned. They can still break through. You live by the lake. Aren't you worried at all? At this point, he suddenly stood up and stared at the surface of the lake with bright eyes. Others might not be able to see it, but with his cultivation, he saw a huge whirlpool in the distance. A huge silver-white figure dived into the lake. If it hadn't moved like this, it would have been difficult to distinguish the figure from the moonlight reflected from the lake. Yu Qianqiu said in a deep voice, Chief Garland, there's something in the lake. Garland pulled his clothes and signaled him to sit down. She smiled. Did you see something silver-white? That is the moonlight crocodile. In fact, it is safer for us to live by the lake. If bad people sneak in at night, they will often be attacked by the moonlight crocodiles hiding in the grass. Don't you think they are like the guardian of our people? Since she said this, Yu Qianqiu sat down and relaxed his vigilance. He asked suspiciously, have the moonlight crocodiles never attacked you? Garland frowned and muttered, I heard from the older generation that there was a moonlight crocodile attack about 200 or 300 years ago. However, I haven't seen it since, so there shouldn't be any problems. 200 or 300 years ago. Yu Qianqiu's eyebrows twitched as a thought flashed through his mind. Could it have something to do with the Eastern Holy Land opening once every 300 years? However, this was only a momentary thought, and he himself could not be sure. Garland suddenly pulled him and pointed to the lake, indicating for him to pay attention. Yu Qianqiu looked over. In fact, he could see far more clearly than Garland. He saw ripples on the surface of the lake. A group of 2 to 3 meter long, silver-white, short-limbed fellows climbed onto the shore and dived into the surrounding bushes. There were hundreds of them. In fact, even if they didn't sneak in, the moonlight on their outer appearance would become a natural camouflage under the moonlight. As soon as they crawled into the bushes, they stopped moving. It was as if they were waiting for their prey. If humans or animals trespassed, they would really die under their ferocious fangs. This made Yu Qianshou click his tongue in wonder. There were indeed all kinds of strange things in this world. There was actually a silver-white crocodile. However, he had some doubts. Was a huge white shadow in the lake really them? Could it be that they surged in a group, and he did not see it clearly? The moon was high in the sky. After indulging to their heart's content, the clansmen returned to rest. The bonfire turned into red charcoal, and the red light gradually faded and gradually extinguished. Inside the fence, there were a few more braziers for illumination. There were also a few clansmen holding torches and patrolling around at night. Garland, who had left and returned, led Yu Qianshou into the fence and came to a small tent in the center. He said, "You can sleep here for the time being tonight. Don't run around if you have nothing to do, lest you get injured by the arrows of the night patrol clansmen." This tent could only sleep one person, but Yu Qianshou did not have any objections. In fact, it did not matter if he had a tent or not. At this moment, Boli, who was half naked, came again. He directly carried Garland away and entered a tent at the foot of the mountain. Yu Qianshou listened to the panting and moaning sounds in the surrounding tents and shook his head speechlessly. They were really a clan that worshipped tradition. He had learned something new today. Then he also went into the small tent. The inside was covered with a layer of soft animal skin, so that people would not lie directly on the grass. Yu Qianshou lay inside with his arms as a pillow and his legs crossed. He was not sleepy at all. His mind was constantly thinking about Bai Changchun. With Bai Changchun's character, he would definitely find an expert to fight when he came here, so the Immortal City would definitely be his goal, or it could be said to be his ultimate goal. Because the top experts of the Eastern Holy Land would definitely be there, and Bai Changchun would definitely not be able to resist such a temptation. In other words, as long as he went to the Immortal City, he would have a chance to find Bai Changchun and bring him back. However, he was unfamiliar with the place and did not have Bai Changchun's cultivation. If he rashly went to the Immortal City, he would definitely not have a good ending. Just think about it. He could not even deal with a soul formation expert. How could he deal with a group of immortals? After thinking about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. If he could participate in the fence gathering, wouldn't he have a chance to go to the Immortal City? Bang walala. Suddenly, there was a chaotic sound outside, followed by screams. Someone shouted, "Help!" Yu Qianshou was stunned. He could already hear the sound of people running out of the surrounding tents. "The moonlight crocodiles are attacking us," people kept shouting. Among them, there were the screams of women and the frightened neighing of fine horses. It was obvious that the outside was already in a mess. At first, Yu Qianshou thought they were doing some kind of ceremony, but he suddenly sat up and dashed outside the tent. The moonlight shone like mercury. Many men raised torches, spears, and swords as they swarmed downwards. They saw hundreds of silver-white crocodiles rushing towards a crowd. The fence had long been knocked down by the crocodiles, and a few men were being dragged towards the lake by the crocodiles. The arrows, the spears, and the swords couldn't effectively cut through the silver-white skin that was like armor. They almost didn't cause any damage to these fierce amphibians. The attacks of the cannibals were basically ineffective. Instead, they were once again bitten by the swarming crocodiles, and a few people were dragged back. The light of the torches flickered, and screams mixed together, ringing through the night sky. Yu Qianshou's eyes narrowed. He saw the huge white figure in the lake in the distance again, stirring up a huge whirlpool in the middle of the lake. Beside him, there were people rushing down with weapons, all trying to save their people who were being dragged and bitten by the crocodiles. Yu Qianshou's face darkened. He still wanted to rely on the cannibals to bring him to the Immortal City. If the crocodiles killed most of the cannibals, then the cannibals wouldn't be able to participate in the fence gathering. Wouldn't that ruin his plan? However, he didn't want to show his cultivation in front of the cannibals. As Yu Qianshou's eyes flashed, a young man holding a spear suddenly tripped by the rope of the tent. The spear that swayed in front of Yu Qianshou was pulled back by Yu Qianshou. The young man jumped up and was still looking for his spear when he suddenly saw Yu Qianshou, who was standing next to him, raise his spear and throw it with a whoosh. This spear, which was infused with true essence, whistled through the air and nailed to the side of the lake. It directly penetrated the head of a moonlight crocodile, and half of it was inserted into the ground. The clansman who had his leg bitten by the crocodile quickly opened the crocodile's mouth and hurriedly crawled back. The young man was stunned, and the clansmen who were fighting with the crocodiles by the lake were also shocked. They didn't know who had such great strength to actually shoot through the hardest head of the moonlight crocodile. However, they didn't have time to find this warrior. They desperately resisted the attack of the crocodiles. One after another, the clansmen who were passing by were suddenly stopped by the young man. The young man couldn't wait to collect the spears in their hands and ran in front of Yu Qianqiu. He held a dozen spears and said excitedly, "For you." Yu Qianqiu was startled, but he didn't hesitate. He grabbed a spear with each hand and threw them. Swish, swish! 2 spears whistled through the air and nailed 2 crocodiles that were dragging people to the ground. Yu Qianqiu waved his arms and threw a dozen spears in the blink of an eye. None of them missed their targets. Each spear killed a moonlight crocodile without any mishap. Moreover, the first ones that were killed were the crocodiles that were dragging people in their mouths. However, there were hundreds of crocodiles, almost equal to the number of cannibals. The people who had their spears snatched by the young man immediately reacted and scattered. It didn't take long for each of them to come back with a bundle of brand new spears. They untied the rattan ropes and held them by Yu Qianqiu's side. Yu Qianqiu didn't move and stood firmly in the same place. His 2 hands constantly manipulated the spears and threw them with a whistling sound. The spears accurately passed through the people in front of him who were fighting with the crocodiles. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 spears were thrown, and each one was fatal. In an instant, more than 100 crocodiles were killed. With his help, the cannibal warriors immediately rescued all the people who had been bitten by the crocodiles. Seeing that Yu Qianqiu was showing off his power, they didn't try to be brave and retreated one after another. The clansmen who were holding a bundle of spears immediately ran to the cave, where the weapons were stored after the spears in their hands were thrown by Yu Qianqiu. The others took turns to hold the spears in their hands so that Yu Qianqiu could throw them. The spears cut through the night sky with a whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, the attacking moonlight crocodiles were all killed. They were like nails on a board, and they were all stabbed into the ground by the spears. The remaining dozen moonlight crocodiles were suddenly afraid, and they hurriedly turned around and crawled back. However, these short-legged crocodiles weren't very fast on land. Moreover, Yu Qianqiu was determined to kill them, so he didn't plan to let them go. More than a dozen spears flew out one after another, and they were all nailed to the grass. Not a single one of them was allowed to escape. The lakeside suddenly quieted down. About 50 meters away from Yu Qianqiu, there were hundreds of spears stuck in the ground. Each spear was aimed at a fierce moonlight crocodile that was 2 to 3 meters long, and its head had been pierced through. The cannibals' eyes widened as they looked at this unbelievable scene. Chapter 724. Later, no one knew who took the lead in cheering. As a result, all the clansmen standing around raised their arms and cheered at Yu Qianqiu. Yu Qianqiu smiled faintly. With his own ability, killing these beasts was really nothing to be proud of. Suddenly, a delicate body broke into his arms and hugged him directly. Yu Qianqiu casually touched the smooth buttocks. He quickly pushed it away and saw that it was Garland, who was completely naked. Looking at this, it was estimated that when he was working with Boley just now, there was a sudden accident, and he didn't have time to put on those pitiful clothes. Garland looked at him with a fiery gaze. Yu Qianqiu looked embarrassed. He really couldn't tell who was taking advantage of who. However, he was really not used to hugging a naked beauty in front of everyone. He could only smile bitterly and shake his head at Garland. He didn't want to be the strong man that she fancied countless times. He didn't have the habit of sharing a woman with others. The cheering crowd ran towards the crocodiles that were nailed to the ground. Yu Qianqiu raised his head slightly, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a wide wave of water rising from the middle of the lake, and it was quickly coming towards this side. Yu Qianqiu immediately shouted, "Stop! All of you come back for me." This group of people really listened to him now. Sure enough, they stopped one after another. However, when they looked back, they were somewhat puzzled. They didn't know why he called them back. Was it because he killed the prey alone and didn't want to share with the clansmen? At this moment, there was a huge splash by the lake, and a huge silver-white figure directly jumped out of the water and soared into the sky. When the clansmen who ran to the front heard the movement, they looked back and saw the huge figure that blocked the moonlight. They were all immediately stunned. Yu Qianqiu waved his hand and pushed Garland away. He grabbed a few spears in each hand, poured a powerful cultivation into them, and threw them out. 6 spears formed a matrix in the air, and with a strong wind, they whistled and shot out, blowing out most of the torches in the hands of the people in front. Pung pung sounds rang out, and the huge figure that had just leaped out of the lake and was about to pounce ashore fell back into the lake, splashing water everywhere. The waves rippled in the lake, and the huge figure disappeared. The man-eaters finally understood why Yu Qianqiu had called them back. Hence, they all ran back in fear and stood behind Yu Qianqiu. Recalling the scene just now, all of them stared at the undulating waves of the lake in horror. "What is that? Have you already killed him?" Garland asked with a trembling voice behind him. Yu Qianqiu shook his head with a solemn expression. The others didn't see it clearly, but he did. It was a giant moonlight crocodile that was nearly 20 meters long and more than 4 meters wide. The moment the 6 spears hit it, they all shattered. They didn't penetrate its leather armor at all, only knocking it back into the water. When the water splashed, the giant moonlight crocodile's cold eyes shone with a red light. It stared at him with resentment before sinking into the water. This beast seemed to have gained intelligence. It seemed like it was about to become a spirit. That last glance seemed to be a grudge against him. A cold smile appeared on Yu Qianqiu's face. "Even if you don't hold a grudge against me, I won't let you go today, lest you ruin my plans, you beast. You still want to fight me in the water?" Without saying anything, he slowly walked toward the lake with his hands behind his back. Everyone looked at him blankly, only to see him slowly walk to the lake, wading into the depths of the lake. When the lake water reached his chest, he directly dived into the lake. He actually dived into the lake with such a terrible monster. Everyone looked at each other in horror. Then they thought about the fact that such a monster was hiding in the lake where they usually bathed, and they all felt a lingering fear. After Garland's proud breasts rose and fell, he turned around and organized people to heal the injured clansmen. Many people were still quietly staring at the lake, not knowing when Yu Qianqiu would come out. As soon as Yu Qianqiu dived into the bottom of the lake, 8 azure fire flying swords immediately came out of his body and illuminated the surroundings. Using the water art, he swam quickly in the water without any effort. His speed was even faster than flying in the air. He felt like a fish in water. The 8 azure fire flying swords formed a green lantern that quickly moved back and forth in the underwater world, startling all kinds of fish in the water and causing them to flee in all directions. This lake wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was probably a kilometer in length and width, and the deepest part was estimated to be 300 to 400 meters. Ordinary people couldn't dive so deep, but it was nothing for Yu Qianqiu. However, Yu Qianqiu searched the entire bottom of the lake, but he didn't see the giant crocodile. Logically speaking, with such a conspicuous white color and such a huge body, it should be impossible for it to escape his sharp senses in the water when swimming within a radius of 1,000 meters. Could it be that there was another world in the water? Yu Qianqiu frowned as he swam quickly in the water, accompanied by a green shadow. Suddenly, he slowed down and slowly landed on a towering rock at the bottom of the lake. Standing on the rock and looking around at the pitch-black underwater world, Yu Qianqiu let out a cold snort. The 8 azure fire flying swords were vigilant of his surroundings. He slowly closed his eyes and let the lake water around him soak his body. Using the water art, his senses gradually became one with the lake water within a kilometer. Every drop of water seemed to become a part of his senses. In a split second, Every corner of the lake couldn't escape his eyes. Even the tiny fish, prawns, and the slightest movement of the water plants were all detected by his senses. In an instant, the entire bottom of the lake was in his mind. If this lake was too big, he wouldn't be able to control it with his cultivation base. But underwater, it wasn't a problem for his senses to control the area within a kilometer. Huh? Yu Qianshou's eyes suddenly opened. At the center of the lake, under the mud, there seemed to be a large living creature. But at this moment, an old and irritable voice transmitted to him through the lake water. "Little kid, you have already killed hundreds of my clones. Why do you still use your senses to chase after this old man? Don't go too far." Huh? It can actually detect my senses. Yu Qianshou was a little curious. One must know that perception was completely similar to telepathy. It was illusory and could not be detected at all. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't use it at all. He could only use it in water, fire, and fog by using one of the 5 elements cultivation techniques with the help of these mediums. Although it was magical, even he didn't know what was going on. In any case, it was completely different from the divine sense released by a cultivator. When he used his divine sense to check on others, or when others used their divine sense to check on him, both sides could sense it. But he had never heard of anyone being able to detect other people's senses. Yu Qianshou slightly narrowed his eyes. With a swoosh, he scuttled to the center of the lake and floated 10 meters above the bottom. He used his senses to observe the bottom and replied to the location where he transmitted his voice. "You are that big crocodile? Looks like you have cultivated to become a spirit and can speak human language." Bullsh *T. The irritable voice transmitted again. "This old man has already left the ranks of the spirits 300,000 years ago and ascended to the immortal world. How can I allow you to sully me?" Yu Qianshou was startled and said suspiciously, "Don't tell me you aren't immortal." He actually believed it somewhat. If it was said that it was impossible in other places, but in the Holy East lands, it was not strange for immortals to exist. But Bullsh *T, I am an immortal, and an immortal emperor-level immortal at that. The old voice was impassioned. As if it was such a glorious thing, it felt like it was reminiscing about the glorious past and looking back. "Who the *CK are you talking about? Immortal emperors are supreme beings in the immortal world. How can you chat with me here?" Yu Qianshou snorted coldly. "Don't think that you will be safe hiding down there. Watch how I kill you." "Wait," the old voice shouted loudly. "Little brother, from what you said, you don't sound like someone with the cultivation of an immortal. Otherwise, you should be able to distinguish the cultivation of an immortal. But that's not right either. If you haven't reached the cultivation of an immortal, how can you control senses?" Yu Qianshou raised his eyebrows and laughed sinisterly. "This old thing has changed the way he addressed me from little doll to little brother. His tone has also become much more polite. It seems like he is afraid that I will attack him. Don't give me that. I won't be swayed by force or persuasion." Yu Qianshou cackled sinisterly. "Today let me, an early-stage tribulation passing immortal, kill you, an immortal emperor-level immortal." "Wait, you are only an early-stage tribulation passing immortal?" The old voice was filled with disbelief, or rather, disbelief. "You have a problem with that?" Yu Qianshou did not hold back. With a swoosh, hundreds of green, flaming flying swords appeared, illuminating the entire body of water. He wanted to make thousands of them, but the true essence consumption in this godforsaken place doubled, so he could only use them sparingly. Hundreds of flying swords were aimed at the ground below. The old voice immediately said anxiously, "Little brother, wait. Let's talk this out. Don't be in a hurry to attack." "Wait, I admit defeat, okay?" Yu Qianshou snorted coldly. "There's no need to resort to insinuations in front of an honest person. How dare you lie to me? If you want to die, I will grant your wish. Watch me beat you, an immortal emperor, into immortal feathers." Before he could finish speaking, the old voice anxiously interrupted and said with a sobbing tone, "Little brother, I really did have the cultivation of an immortal emperor. But in the battle with the demon lord of 10,000 swords 100,000 years ago, I was beaten to this point by him. Luckily, I managed to survive, and I'm struggling at death's door. Otherwise, I would not have ended up in this state. The demon lord of 10,000 swords? Yu Qianqiu was stunned, but he was really not in a hurry to attack now. A person who was qualified to fight with the demon lord of 10,000 swords was indeed not simple. He could not help but ask, "Old man, is what you said true or false? If you dare to fool me, do you believe that I will immediately pierce your heart with 10,000 swords, and then grind your bones into ashes after you die?" "I don't dare, I don't dare." The old voice sounded lucky to have escaped death, but at the same time, there was also a hint of desolation. Chapter 725. Yu Qianqiu stared at the mud at the bottom of the lake and realized that it was filled with old marks. He really did not know how the old man managed to hide there. When he used his perception to investigate, he did not discover any other entrances. He immediately snorted and said, "Old man, you really don't give me any face. Is there anyone who hides down there and talks to me like this?" The old man laughed bitterly and said, "If I could really get out, I wouldn't have to do this. The key is that I'm trapped here and I really can't get out. Don't talk nonsense with me. How'd you get out just now?" Yu Qianqiu frowned and shouted. The old man said helplessly, "That was also my clone. My main body could not move at all." Yu Qianqiu was stunned. He rubbed his chin with his hand. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, he pointed at the bottom of the lake. The surrounding lake water immediately stirred up an undercurrent and churned wildly at the bottom of the lake. The old man immediately said in fear, "Little brother, what are you trying to do?" Yu Qianqiu couldn't be bothered with him and continued to do what he was doing. The silt that had accumulated at the bottom of the lake for who knew how many years was pushed away layer by layer by the undercurrent. The clear lake water immediately became extremely turbid. Because of the mud and water plants, the undercurrent was immediately revealed. 6 tornado-like water pillars stirred wildly at the bottom of the lake. The turbidity gradually spread in all directions. Not long after, the clear lake water within a radius of 1,000 meters became extremely turbid. Under the moonlight, the surface of the lake rippled. It seemed that something unimaginable had happened at the bottom of the lake. The man-eaters all looked at the lake in fear. They did not know what terrifying thing was about to happen next. Everyone thought that Yu Qianqiu was fighting with the lake monster at the bottom of the lake. After spending more than 4 hours, Yu Qianqiu finally cleared away the tens of meters of mud at the bottom of the lake. The turbid mud was all filtered to the sides of the lake by him using the water art. At this moment, Yu Qianqiu was looking down with his mouth agape. He swallowed with difficulty. Under the illumination of over 100 flying swords made of azure flames, a huge silvery white body that was over 100 meters long and over 20 meters wide was lying quietly at the bottom of the lake, motionless. This was a behemoth that he couldn't even imagine. It was a gigantic crocodile. Its silvery white skin was bumpy and bumpy, as if it was wearing heavy armor. 2 rows of fangs were exposed at the front of its ferocious head, and its 2 bright red eyes were bigger than anyone else's. It was far beyond his imagination. 2 huge red eyes were moving around, sizing up Yu Qianqiu curiously. Yu Qianqiu was stunned. After a long silence, he asked, This is your real body?" He focused his gaze and noticed that on the back of the giant crocodile, where its forelimbs and neck intersected, there was a huge, ancient long sword pierced directly into its back, nailing it to the bottom of the lake. The exposed part of the huge sword was 6 to 7 meters long, and the blade was about 3 meters wide. It was dark gold in color, and there was a faint golden glow flowing around it. He couldn't imagine who could use such a huge sword to fight. Could it be that the person using the sword was like this crocodile? A giant? Little brother, you've seen it all. Not bad, this is my territory. I've been buried at the bottom of this lake for over 100,000 years. I'm lucky to be alive. The giant crocodile sighed with an old voice. This scene was too shocking. Yu Qianqiu tried to calm down and asked with difficulty, "Who are you?" Ah. The giant crocodile was still lying motionless at the bottom of the lake. The old voice came from its head. The underworld has 12 underworld generals, and the immortal world has 12 immortal monarchs. I'm one of the 12 immortal monarchs, Immortal Crocodile Monarch. People call me Lord Crocodile Monarch. This title was too big. It was even more unfamiliar than the Immortal Emperor or the Underworld Emperor. He had never even heard of them before. Yu Qianqiu was deeply shocked. He awkwardly smiled and said, "Earlier, you said that could it be that you really had the cultivation of an immortal emperor? Didn't you say that only one immortal emperor had that cultivation?" He was really afraid that this giant would suddenly go crazy. It was scary just thinking about it. Immortal Crocodile said sadly, as if recalling the past. In the immortal world, cultivation is divided into 4 levels: small immortal, exalted immortal, great immortal, and immortal emperor. In the underworld, cultivation is divided into 4 levels: underworld knight, underworld sage, underworld lord, and underworld emperor. They're all equal, and the strength of their cultivation is actually about the same. Each level is divided into 3 levels. Even immortal emperors are divided into early, middle, and late stages. In the immortal world, there are many people with immortal emperor cultivation, but only the 12 great immortal monarchs have reached the middle stage. As for the late stage immortal emperor, there is only one person, and only this person dares to call himself an emperor in the immortal world. He is Immortal Emperor Jin Tai. Yu Qianqiu nodded slightly, as if he was deep in thought. He looked at the huge sword that nailed him to the point where he couldn't move at all and said, "In that case, you're an extraordinary figure in the immortal world. To be able to, I presume that the sword in your body is the main reason why you're trapped, right?" "Yes, I was nailed to the bottom of the lake by this sword. I have been trapped for more than 100,000 years," Immortal Crocodile admitted. Yu Qianqiu asked suspiciously, "You said you were beaten up by the Myriad Swords Demon Lord. Could it be that the Myriad Swords Demon Lord? It is the Myriad Swords Demon Lord." Immortal Crocodile gritted his teeth and interrupted him. "The sword that trapped me is one of the Myriad Swords Demon Lord swords. Otherwise, ordinary treasures would not have been able to trap me for so many years. Myriad Swords Demon Lord. One day, I will avenge this sword." Yu Qianqiu was stunned. It seemed that this old monster did not know that the Myriad Swords Demon Lord was already dead and still wanted to seek revenge. But thinking about it, the Myriad Swords Demon Lord was killed by the Immortal Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld outside the East Holy Land. The people trapped in the East Holy Land naturally did not know. "Old monster, I'm afraid you will not have the chance to avenge yourself." Yu Qianqiu shook his head and sighed. "What do you mean? Do you want to kill me?" Immortal Crocodile's red eyes turned, and his gaze landed on the hundreds of flying swords in Yu Qianqiu's hands. "Little kid, who is the Myriad Swords Demon Lord to you?" Yu Qianqiu noticed his gaze and immediately knew that he was thinking the wrong way. Immortal Crocodile probably saw him controlling so many flying swords at the same time and mistook him for the Myriad Swords Demon Lord's disciple. He shook his head and chuckled. "Old monster, don't think the wrong way. The Myriad Swords Demon Lord has been dead for more than 100,000 years. How can I be related to him?" "The Myriad Swords Demon Lord is dead?" Immortal Crocodile paused, then repeated, "Did I hear wrongly? You said the Myriad Swords Demon Lord is dead?" Yu Qianqiu sneered. "So what if he is not dead? Are you a match for him?" "Don't worry. He is really dead. 100,000 years ago, he was killed by the Immortal Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld." Immortal Crocodile didn't believe him. "Impossible. Don't lie to me. The Immortal Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld fought the Myriad Swords Demon Lord more than once, and they never got the upper hand. The two of them could not kill him." Yu Qianqiu waved his hand disapprovingly and said, "It's up to you whether you believe it or not. I don't know how he died, but I heard that he fell into a trap and was injured first. Later, The immortal emperor and emperor of the underworld worked together to kill him. Trap? Injured first? Could it be? Immortal Lord Crocodile muttered to himself. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Looks like what you said is true." This old man was wondering why Wan Jian still hasn't taken back his treasured sword after so many years. So he has already fallen. Sigh. He let out a long sigh. Seeing that he had understood, Yu Qianshou couldn't be bothered to explain further. He stared at the giant sword on his back. "Old monster, according to what you said, you are a top expert in the immortal world. Could a sword trap you? Could it be that there is something special about this sword?" Knowing that the Myriad Sword's demon lord was dead, Immortal Crocodile, who had been trapped for so many years, seemed to be a little dispirited. He replied in an aged voice. Myriad Sword's cultivation was actually not much higher than the immortal emperor and emperor of the underworld. However, Myriad Swords had the help of the dragon god and the 10,000 flying swords in his hands. One must know that the 10,000 flying swords were the truly powerful treasures. Once the 10,000 swords became one, it could kill immortals and gods alike. Think about it. How could mere immortals resist a treasure that even gods couldn't resist? Because of this, the immortal world and the underworld couldn't stop him even if they joined forces. He relied on the sharpness of the 10,000 flying swords to kill them all. This is also why we call him the Myriad Swords Demon Lord. Yu Qianshou's eyes lit up. He stared at the sword on Immortal Crocodile's body, almost glowing green. He swallowed and said, "Is this sword that powerful? It can even kill gods? Old monster, you aren't lying to me, are you? Let me tell you, if you dare lie to me, I will make sure you die a horrible death." His expression was just short of drooling. Knowing that the Myriad Swords Demon Lord was dead, Immortal Crocodile seemed to have lost his will to live. He couldn't be bothered to explain himself. He just sighed and said, "Little brother, don't drool. Swords are good, but not everyone can control them. The sword that trapped me weighs 108,000 kilograms. With your early stage tribulation cultivation, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to even pick it up, let alone control it. You better give up on that idea." 108,000 kilograms? Yu Qianshou exclaimed in shock. He looked at the sword on Immortal Crocodile's back in disbelief. Such a heavy sword could be controlled by the Myriad Swords Demon Lord like a flying sword? Oh my, to control 10,000 swords at the same time. How strong must one's cultivation be? Damn it, isn't this bullshit? Who would have nothing better to do and forge such a heavy sword? Yu Qianshou didn't finish his sentence of letting people see it, but not use it. In any case, he was very unhappy, because even if this treasured sword was given to him, he wouldn't be able to use it in a fight. If he really fought with his opponent, before he could even pull out the sword, his opponent would either run away or kill him. It was too heavy. Little brother, you're thinking the wrong way. No one can refine such a treasure. There is a distant legend about these 10,000 flying swords. Immortal Crocodile sighed. Chapter 726. Yu Qianshou also noticed that Immortal Lord Crocodile's emotions were a little off. It seemed that ever since he found out that the Myriad Swords Demon Lord was dead, his passionate will to beg for mercy had instantly collapsed. However, it was understandable. Imagine a person trapped at the bottom of this dark lake for more than 100,000 years. If he did not have a reason to live, even if he was an immortal, he would not be able to bear the burden of being trapped here for more than 100,000 years. Presumably, seeking revenge from the Myriad Swords Demon Lord was the reason for his persistence in living. Now that he suddenly found out that the Myriad Swords Demon Lord was dead, perhaps his only reason for living was suddenly gone. For a moment, he would definitely be disheartened and at a loss. Immortals were humans too. It was just that they were of different levels. If humans did not have emotions and desires, who would want to fight and kill? Oh, what legend! Yu Qianshou smiled. I'm all ears. Before he finished speaking, Immortal Lord Crocodile had already begun to speak slowly. It is said that in the distant past, there was no distinction between the immortal realm the underworld, and the demon realm. It is said that at the beginning of the world, some of the oldest ancient gods existed in the world. They were the representatives of the first sentience of all living things, and each of them had great magical powers. There were fights between the ancient gods. Once, two ancient gods fought, and one of them suffered a great loss. However, he could not defeat the other. In order to vent his anger, the defeated ancient god released two of the three souls and 7 spirits in a rage. They transformed into 9 suns, wanting to kill all living things in the world. Imagine that 10 suns appeared in the sky at once. How could the living things in the world survive? Even the sea would dry up. Ho-i shooting the suns? Yu Qianqiu could not help but exclaim. When someone mentioned the story of 10 suns, he could not help but associate it with Ho-i. Previously, Nongzhu had mentioned this to him, but it was about cultivation and had nothing to do with the myriad swords demon lord. That's right. It seems that you have heard of this legend. The other ancient deity, Shooting Sun, was called the Great Deity Yi. It was said that he had a bow in his hand called the Supreme Divine Bow. It had boundless power and could split the heavens and earth. The great god, Yi, was originally a fierce and combative person. When he saw the 10 suns in the sky causing misery and suffering to the living beings, he became kind and wanted to use his own power to completely quell the dispute. Therefore, he shot 9 suns with the Supreme Divine Bow. But this disaster was also caused by him, and he was also the one who ended it. One was positive and one was negative. One was good and one was evil. It was hard to judge. In order to praise his kindness, the later generations named the great god, Yi who shot the sun, as Ho-i, distinguishing him from the previous Yi. From then on, the world was divided into good and evil. This is also why you have heard of Ho-i shooting the sun. These 4 words represent justice and kindness. So that's how it is. Why are you talking to me about this? Yu Qianqiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly realized that this old monster was a bit like a kindergarten teacher, educating him like a child. He said weakly, "What does this legend have to do with the 10,000 flying swords of the 1,000 swords demon monarch? You asked me about Ho-i shooting the sun. That's why I told you." Then continue what you said earlier. Immortal Crocodile paused and continued. When the 10 suns appeared, all living things suffered. The once boundless earth became hell on earth. The other ancient gods didn't want to participate in the battle between the two, so they joined forces to create another world, which is now the divine realm. In the end, there were only 2 ancient gods left in the world. In order to make up for the damage he had caused to the human world, the great god, he finally decided to put an end to this dispute. So he also released 2 of the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, fusing them with the 9 heaven and earth splitting arrows. He pulled the Supreme Divine Bow and shot 9 arrows in a row. When the 9 arrows were shot, each arrow was earth-shattering, moving mountains and rivers. It is said that these 9 arrows didn't shoot down the sun that was the incarnation of another great god in the sky. Instead, they split the human world into 10 worlds, and each arrow divided a space-time. The 9 arrows sent the 9 suns to 9 different spaces, and the 10 suns couldn't meet each other. From then on, there was only one sun in the sky. Yu Qianqiu's eyes were a little dazed. The 9 arrows divided 10 space-time, and the world he was in had also heard of the legend of Ho-i shooting the sun. This was definitely not a coincidence. Could it be that the space he was in his previous life was also one of the 10 space-times divided by Ho-yi's 9 arrows? Did he just travel from another space to this space? 2 worlds that were going in completely different directions had magically appeared at a point of intersection. They both mentioned the matter of Ho-i shooting the sun. What did this mean? He vaguely felt that the legend of Ho-i in this world was more reliable. This was because in his previous world, Ho-i shooting the sun was just a myth, but in this world, the myth was reality. It wasn't impossible to fly in the sky or burrow into the ground. If the legend of Ho-i in this world was true, Then, comparing the development directions of the two worlds, it was very likely that the 10 different spaces had all gone in different directions. And the real turning point was after He shot the sun. It is said that there was a god in the god realm who called the 9 arrows shot by the great god even 9 solitary arrows, meaning that each arrow represented a lonely space. And the myriad swords demon monarch somehow obtained one of the 9 solitary arrows shot by the great god E. This 9 solitary arrows can be big or small, and can even split into 10,000 flying swords. After the 10,000 swords become one, they can reassemble into the 9 solitary arrows, which is the great god Yi's heaven and earth splitting arrows. Now you should know the origin of the 10,000 flying swords of the myriad swords demon monarch, right? Now you should know the power of these 10,000 flying swords, right? Heaven and earth splitting arrows, 9 solitary arrows. Yu Qianqiu shook his head, feeling that this matter sounded a little too fantastical. He organized his thoughts and asked, that is to say, there should be 9 solitary arrows, but they exist in different space-time and spaces. And the one in this space was coincidentally obtained by the myriad swords demon monarch. Is that what you mean? If the legend is completely true, then that should be the case. Immortal Lord Crocodile said slowly. TSK. In that case, the flying sword that suppressed you was one of the divine artifact clones. No wonder you couldn't escape. Yu Qianqiu chuckled. Immortal Lord Crocodile smiled bitterly. Little brother, you're wrong. No matter how powerful a divine artifact is, if there's no one to wield it, it won't be able to unleash its power. The reason why this sword can suppress me is not because of its weight, which is nothing to me. It's also not because it's a divine artifact. If there's no one to wield it, it can't unleash any divine power. To put it bluntly, when there's no one to wield it, it's not even as good as a divine artifact refined by the celestial world's artifact refiners. With an artifact spirit integrated into it, it has a tacit understanding with its master and can automatically attack. Yu Qianqiu was stunned. It can't be that weak. Then why can't you escape? Immortal Lord Crocodile said helplessly, this is also my bad luck. My 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls happened to be nailed by it. Even so, I still had a way to escape. After all, this sword wasn't enough to kill me. Even if I didn't use my cultivation, I could shake it off with my physical body. But every 9 solitary arrows was infused with Great God Yi's soul, and this sword has remnants of Great God Yi's soul. Even if it's a remnant soul, it's still Great God Yi's. Too powerful. After nailing my life soul, it directly shocked my 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls to the point that I couldn't move at all. You should be able to understand this, right? When a person loses their 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, they lose the ability to act independently. They're like a walking corpse, unable to control their own bodies. As you can see, I lay here motionless for 100,000 years. Haha, I'm really quite unlucky. That's not right. Yu Qianqiu snorted coldly. Old monster, you must be lying to me. Then what's with those crocodile clones of yours? You can't use your cultivation, but you can still make clones. Who are you lying to? Sigh. You don't know, but I actually don't know what's going on either. Immortal Lord Crocodile said curiously. I don't know the reason either. About every 300 years, Great God Yi's remnant soul suppresses me for a period of time. If not, I wouldn't be able to use my cultivation to communicate with you. But although it's weak, I still maintain the suppression. But it's this little bit of loosening that allows me to use a little of my cultivation. Every 300 years, I can use my natal blood essence to create a small crocodile clone. With a little more time, as long as I have enough crocodiles, they can unite and help me remove this sword. But who knew that I would meet you? And hundreds of my crocodiles died. Yu Qianqiu was stunned. It probably had something to do with the East Holy Land that opened once every 300 years. But then he narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, What's with that big crocodile? Why didn't I see it? As he spoke, he looked around at the bottom of the lake. There's no need to look. Immortal Lord Crocodile sighed. Lying at the bottom of the lake, its 100-meter-long body started to glow with white light. The white light gradually gathered above it. Suddenly, the white light disappeared, and a 20-meter-long crocodile shook its head and tail, moving around fiercely. Yu Qianqiu was shocked and immediately became alert. He said sternly, "Old monster, what's the meaning of this?" But Immortal Lord Crocodile didn't reply. When Yu Qianqiu was about to attack the crocodile, it immediately turned into a white light and shot back into Immortal Lord Crocodile's body. The cultivation I can use is limited. After creating it, I can't answer you anymore. Immortal Lord Crocodile sighed. Is this an illusion? But why does it have the ability to attack with a physical body? I'm also of the water race, so I know a little about controlling water. The combination of illusion and water control resulted in the physical attack you saw. So that's how it is. Yu Qianqiu asked suspiciously, "Since you can control water, why don't you use the power of water to remove this sword?" Little brother, you really have a lot of questions. Immortal Lord Crocodile sighed. This is already the limit of my water control. If not, with your cultivation, how could you use 6 spears to repel its attack? If you can't even block the spears you threw, how can you remove this heavy sword? Chapter 727. Why did you attack the tribe near the lake? Yu Qianqiu asked with a cold look in his eyes. Are you going to attack me if you're not satisfied with my answer? Immortal Lord Crocodile laughed. He was one of the 12 great immortal lords of the immortal world, but now he was being interrogated by a tribulation transcendence cultivator. Wasn't it funny? Behind the humor was a sense of desolation. Yu Qianqiu stared at him silently. He didn't say yes or no, waiting for a reply. However, his expression was a little cold. Immortal Lord Crocodile sighed. If you don't speak, it means you agree. The reason is very simple. Although the little crocodiles are my clones, they are still flesh and blood. They have to eat, but they don't dare to attack the tribe on such a large scale, for fear of attracting unexpected trouble. But because of the loosening of the suppression once every 300 years, I thought that the big crocodiles could protect the little crocodiles, so I wanted to let them have a good meal. Who knew that I would get into trouble and meet you? I understand, Yu Qianqiu replied calmly. The surrounding green flying swords hovered in the air, ready to attack. Ha! Looks like you have to kill me. Immortal Lord Crocodile smiled bitterly. So this is the result of waiting for more than 100,000 years. If I had known, I wouldn't have endured. Forget it, I'll die. Anyway, even if you don't kill me, I don't have the willpower and ability to continue suffering. Yu Qianqiu said expressionlessly. Why are you so pessimistic? His words were comforting, but there was no consolation in his tone. I've been deceiving myself. Immortal Lord Crocodile laughed sadly. More than 100,000 years of suffering. In order to maintain this old life, my cultivation has been consumed day after day. Now, my cultivation has fallen from mid-stage Immortal Emperor to late-stage Exalted Immortal. Even if I go out with my current cultivation, there is no one in the world who can speak for me. Why should I go out and humiliate myself? A huge silver-white body, hundreds of meters long, lay quietly at the bottom of the dark lake, covered by mud. It had not moved for 100,000 years. That pair of big red eyes, the only thing that could move, slowly closed, waiting for the end of fate. Yu Qianqiu nodded slightly. He could understand Immortal Lord Crocodile's feelings. It was like a boss being released after serving his sentence, only to be reduced to carrying shoes for his underling. For many people, this was a huge gap, and it was very difficult to bear. Most importantly, the enemy that he could not forget, the Myriad Swords Demon Monarch, had fallen, causing him to lose his will to fight. If the Myriad Swords Demon Monarch was still here, he might have endured the humiliation and started all over again. But now everything was over. Yu Qianqiu was silent for a moment before he said, I can't find a reason not to kill you. Keeping you alive won't do me any good, and it might even bring trouble to myself in the future. However, You can give me a reason not to kill you, or you could take out some benefits to bribe me. You don't have to say anything else. I just want to die. Besides, do I look like someone who can give you any benefits? I have a small fortune in the immortal world, but after so many years, I'm afraid it has already fallen into someone else's hands. Besides, with your cultivation, you can go to the immortal world. Immortal Lord Crocodile closed his eyes and smiled calmly. Little brother, do it. I won't resist. I just want you to give me a quick death. If we are fated in the next life, I will thank you again. The trace of compassion that had just arisen completely disappeared, and Yu Qianshou said coldly, Immortal Lord Crocodile, then I'm sorry. He was a decisive person, and since he had already made up his mind, he did not hesitate to attack. Hundreds of cyan silhouettes let out a buzzing noise in the water, piercing through the water along with sharp cyan lights, creating circles of dazzling cyan light. A series of duo sounds rang out, and hundreds of green flying swords all hit their targets. In an instant, hundreds of green dots of light bloomed on Immortal Lord Crocodile's back. They were the hilts of the green, flying swords. They had not completely sunk into the thick leather armor, and some of them were still exposed. Immortal Lord Crocodile's eyes suddenly opened, and his huge red eyes stared at Yu Qianshou with an inexplicable expression. Meanwhile, the corners of Yu Qianshou's mouth twitched. This old monster skin was too thick and sturdy. Even the sharpness of the green flying swords could not penetrate his skin, as expected of an old monster that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Little brother, we are fated to meet, and we have been chatting for so long. What is your name? Immortal Lord Crocodile suddenly asked. Yu Qianshou scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Yu Qianshou. It was as if he was ashamed to mention his own name. Well, it was indeed a little embarrassing that the other party was lying there without resisting, and he couldn't even kill him. Yu Qianshou, don't hold back. I don't blame you. I just want a quick end to this. Immortal Lord Crocodile said solemnly. There was really no resentment in his tone, as if he was afraid that Yu Qianshou would be soft-hearted, so he comforted him with kind words. Okay, I'll try again. Yu Qianshou floated in the water, waving his arms and slowly pulling out the green flying swords that were deeply embedded in Immortal Lord Crocodile's skin. In an instant, the swords circled and danced in the water. As Yu Qianshou pointed with a ferocious expression, hundreds of flying swords shot out wildly. Duo sounds rang out again, but the result was the same as before. The sword hilts were exposed and did not penetrate deep. There was a brief silence in the lake. Yu Qianshou was dumbfounded. Immortal Lord Crocodile was also speechless. His big red eyes turned, and then he revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He had not fought with a tribulation-passing cultivator for many years. Even with his immortal emperor cultivation back then, he did not have the opportunity to fight with a tribulation-passing cultivator. He had almost forgotten that a tribulation-passing cultivator wanted to break through his body's natural defense, which was the nearly 2-meter-thick leather armor. It was probably just a little bit off. Yu Qianshou's flying swords could penetrate his skin, which was already considered a good result for a tribulation-passing cultivator. What he did not know was that Yu Qianshou was relying on the sharpness of the green flying swords. Damn it, I don't believe it. The moment Yu Qianshou cursed, it meant that he was angry out of humiliation. He had never seen such an embarrassing thing. He spread out his arms, and green light flashed continuously. In an instant, all 3,000 green flying swords appeared. Immortal Lord Crocodile was slightly shocked by his desperate look. Go! Yu Qianshou waved his arms and shouted angrily. The green light in the lake shot toward Immortal Lord Crocodile's body like a meteor shower, but did not have any effect. The dense green light spots inlaid on the silver-white leather were pulled out and circled again, moving up and down according to Yu Qianshou's hand gestures. In an instant, the green light in the lake shuttled back and forth like rain, and the sound of it hitting the leather was endless. Yu Qianshou was completely enraged. He didn't believe that the sharpness of the blue flame flying sword couldn't break the old monster's skin. Then, he would bombard the old monster indiscriminately. There would come a time when the old monster's skin would be torn apart. Immortal Lord Crocodile was shocked by such an unruly move. No one would want to see themselves die like this. Even if the defense of his skin was broken with this guy's cultivation, he would not be able to kill him in 1 or 2 moves. If he used this method, he would definitely not be killed by him, but tortured to death. Wait, Chincho, wait. Immortal Lord Crocodile's voice trembled as he tried to stop him. The green light stopped for a moment. Chincho stared at Immortal Lord Crocodile with bloodshot eyes and said in a low voice, "What's wrong? Old monster, do you want to go back on your word and not die? Let me tell you, no way. It's too late to regret now. Again, wait. Immortal Lord Crocodile said fearfully, Chincho, I didn't go back on my word, but you promised to give me a quick death. I'm scared to see you cut me like this. Are you sure you can give me a quick death like this? Chincho woke up from his madness. He looked at the silver leather that was riddled with holes from his flying swords, but had not been broken. He was also stunned. After a moment of silence, he said awkwardly, I have an idea. It'll work this time. Immortal Lord Crocodile said fearfully, Are you sure? Chincho, don't scare me. Let me die in peace, okay? He had never thought that he would end up scaring himself by trying to kill himself. It seemed that it was better to continue living than to die this way. The disheartened, immortal Lord Crocodile began to waver. Don't worry, I have a lot of tricks up my sleeves. Chincho smiled sheepishly. Close your eyes. You won't be so scared if you don't look. I'll definitely give you a quick death. Okay, I'll trust you one more time. Immortal Lord Crocodile closed his eyes decisively. He really didn't want to look anymore. Go! Chincho's arms formed a sword seal, and the 3,000 flying sword shot out explosively. With a burst of duo sounds, all of them stabbed into the enormous body. Immortal Lord Crocodile's eyelids moved slightly. He wanted to open his eyes to take a look, but he resisted. Chincho suddenly clapped his hands and shouted angrily, Burn! With a boom, the 3,000 flying swords all burst into raging cyan flames and attached themselves to the enormous silver-white body, burning it. This was an extraordinary performance for him. Setting fire underwater required a delicate balance, and he had to use both water and fire arts at the same time. The cannibals anxiously waited on the lakeside. They had waited until the eastern sky began to brighten. It was almost dawn, but Chincho still had not come out of the water. Although these people lived primitive and barbaric lives, they were kind-hearted. Everyone stared at the lake for the entire night, hoping for a miracle to happen. The cannibals, led by Chief Garland, quietly waited by the lake. They could not help but show a trace of despair in their eyes. But at this moment, the entire lake in front of them suddenly emitted a faint green light, making the moon lake as beautiful as a gem. Everyone looked at each other. They did not know what was happening at the bottom of the lake, but their eyes shone with hope again. Chapter 728. At the bottom of the lake, 300 to 400 meters deep, green flames spread, covering Immortal Lord Crocodile's body and burning it angrily. According to Chincho's estimation, as long as Immortal Lord Crocodile did not resist, the high temperature of the green fire should be able to burn him to death. The process might not be pleasant, but he had fulfilled half of his promise to Immortal Lord Crocodile. Kill him. After half an hour, Chincho stared down, his face darkening. He could clearly see what was happening under the fire. It seemed that Immortal Lord Crocodile's skin did not change at all under the burning of the green fire. Immortal Lord Crocodile, who was under the fire, also felt the high temperature, but Chincho did not kill him. After waiting for a while, he finally opened one eye to peek. It would have been fine if he had not seen it, but the moment he saw it, he was startled. His eyes flew open, and he cried out involuntarily, Chinhua! Ha! Chincho laughed awkwardly. Old monster, don't be impatient. Just wait a little longer, and I will definitely burn you to death. Chincho, is this what you mean by giving me a quick death? Immortal Lord Crocodile roared angrily. Put away your green fire. It's useless to me. Useless? Why is it useless? Yu Qianqiu believed that he would not lie, because he also realized that the green fire could not burn him. He opened his arms, and the large area of green fire turned into several fire dragons and entered his sleeves. Immortal Lord Crocodile stared at him as he absorbed the green fire into his body. He asked in shock, "Where did you come from? How can you store the Samadhi true fire in your body? This is rare even in the celestial world. This is not something that can be found in the human world. You go to die anyway. Why do you care about this?" Yu Qianqiu said casually. He asked curiously, "Why is your body so powerful? You're not afraid of the green fire when you're not resisting. What's going on?" Immortal Lord Crocodile said angrily, "Haven't you noticed that I'm different from ordinary crocodiles? I can see it at a glance. It was bigger than the average crocodile. The strangest thing is that it's actually silvery white in color. To tell you the truth, this is the first time I've seen it." Yu Qianqiu clicked his tongue. Bullsh asterisk T. I'm a primordial mutant. I'm born extraordinary, and I'm unique in the three realms. It would be strange if you've seen someone else. Immortal Lord Crocodile said proudly, "I was born impervious to fire and water, and I'm immune to all poisons. My cultivation speed is also faster than ordinary people. It's an innate divine ability. Well, why do you think I have to become one of the 12 great immortal monarchs of the immortal world? Others might be afraid of your green fire, but this old man doesn't care." Yu Qianqiu was surprised. "So it's a rare animal. No wonder you didn't react at all when I said I was going to burn you with green fire. You were born to be impervious to fire and water. Impressive. By the way, does this fire have any effect on you?" With a flip of his palm, a ball of black flame suddenly rose from the center of his palm, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped. He was prepared to make a move after getting a clear understanding of the situation, lest he wasted his efforts. Immortal Lord Crocodile's bright red pupil shrank, and he exclaimed, "Black fire? You actually have black fire, one of the Samadhi true fires in your body?" Yu Qianqiu rolled his eyes and said, "Don't make a fuss. Let's get to the point. Can black fire kill you?" Yu Qianqiu, have you already cultivated the Samadhi true fire? Immortal Lord Crocodile had just finished speaking when he quickly denied it. Impossible. Rumor has it that those who can cultivate such an amazing technique are all people who have reached the peak of the celestial world. With your cultivation, it's not enough to fuse 3 types of fire into the Samadhi true fire. His big red eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he had seen a monster. It was difficult for him to get back to the topic at hand. "No, I'm still missing 1 type of purple fire." "Why?" Look at your surprised expression. Is the Samadhi true fire very powerful? Yu Qianqiu showed a humble expression. "It's more than powerful." Immortal Lord Crocodile's tone was solemn. "The Samadhi true fire is invincible and can refine anything. It's the true fire that refiners dream of, and it's also the nemesis of cultivators in the 3 realms. The tyrannical part of the true Samadhi fire was that no matter how high one's cultivation was, even if one's cultivation was strong enough to withstand its burning, once one was trapped by it, regardless of whether one was human, devil, demon, ghost, or immortal, it would rapidly burn one's cultivation. When you can't withstand it anymore, it will immediately refine you to the point where you'll never be able to reincarnate. This thing is a taboo even for the immortal emperor and the emperor of the underworld. So if anyone in the celestial world has cultivated the Samadhi true fire, immortal Emperor Jintai will kill them at all costs. The threat is too great, and it's simply untouchable. It's that powerful." Yu Qianqiu rubbed his chin with one hand, his eyes flashing. After a while, he stared at Immortal Lord Crocodile and asked, "Old monster, tell me honestly, where can I find the purple fire? If you dare to hide it from me, I'll kill you immediately." Immortal Lord Crocodile paused, then suddenly burst into laughter. "You're really not a good person. I'm already lying here, motionless, waiting for you to kill me. Why do you still have to threaten me?" The fierce expression on Yu Qianzhou's face froze, and he immediately reacted. His aura immediately weakened, and he put on a fawning smile. Immortal Lord Crocodile, since you don't want to live anymore, just tell me where the purple fire is, okay? Immortal Crocodile let out a long sigh and said, Yu Qianzhou, I advise you not to be too ambitious. With your current cultivation, even if you successfully cultivate the Samadhi true fire, it will only bring you harm. Once the news reaches Immortal Emperor Jin Tai's ears, he definitely won't let you go. He'll guarantee your death. You haven't seen how terrifying Jin Tai is, and you can't imagine it. Yu Qianzhou said disdainfully, I can't even live my life now, and I'm always racking my brains to wander around. I don't care about Jin Tai or En Tai in the future. I'll just let the present be peaceful first. Just tell me where I can find the purple fire, and you don't have to worry about the rest. You got guts, kid. You don't even care about Immortal Emperor Jin Tai. Immortal Lord Crocodile was first impressed, then said, I don't know where to find the purple fire either. The purple fire is the source of energy that sustains the operation of a realm. It's extremely powerful, and at the same time, invisible and traceless. Very few people can find it. It's said that the purple fire operates according to the laws of heaven. It might be right next to you, or it might be thousands of miles away, or it might be scattered all over the world, and those who are not fated to find it will not be able to find it. Yu Qianzhou was stunned and said in astonishment, It's so mysterious? Doesn't that mean I might never find the purple fire in my lifetime? Yes, that should be the case, but I do know some information about the purple fire in this realm. Maybe it can help you find it. Immortal Lord Crocodile said with a smile. Where? Yu Qianzhou's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, Tell me quickly. I can tell you, but you have to promise me one thing. Immortal Lord Crocodile's laughter contained a hint of treachery, as if he had finally found something to use against him. You're threatening me? Let me tell you, I don't fall for that. Yu Qianzhou's face immediately darkened, but after a while, he smiled again and said, I'm just joking with you. If you have any requests, just tell me. As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely do it for you. He patted his chest so loudly that it was almost swollen. He was full of pride, and his words were worth their weight in gold. Despicable person. A complete, despicable person. This old man was wrong. If I were to die in your hands, I would really die with regrets. Luckily, this old man came to his senses early. Immortal Lord Crocodile cursed for a while, then said indifferently, This old man suddenly doesn't want to die anymore. As long as you find a way to pull the sword out of my body, I'll tell you about the purple fire. You don't want to die anymore? Yu Qianzhou asked curiously. You just asked me to give you a quick death. He did not think that after chatting with Immortal Lord Crocodile for such a long time and chatting so well with him, Immortal Lord Crocodile's disheartened desire to die had been rekindled. This was no less than a psychologist's counseling. Immortal Lord Crocodile suddenly realized that it was actually quite good to be alive. After all, he had persevered for so many years, and now that he had a chance, he naturally had to grasp it. Bullsh *T. Immortal Lord Crocodile said angrily, You stabbed me full of holes, and I'm still alive and well. You call that giving me a quick death? If I let you torment me any further, I'll be scared to death by you. With your little ability, you won't be able to give me a quick death. You can only torture me. I don't want to die now. You just need to tell me if you agree or not. Otherwise, there's no need to talk. Who says I can't give you a quick death? Yu Qianzhou flashed the black fire in his palm. Don't I still have black fire here? I haven't tried it yet. To be honest, he did not want to let Immortal Lord Crocodile go. If he let such a powerful person out, who knew what he would do to him? There's no need to try. Black fire is invincible in the mortal world, but it's useless against people from the reincarnated immortal realm, netherworld realm, and demon realm. The people of the three realms have already been reborn and have lost the vitality of the mortal world. Your black fire won't be of any use at all. To me, it's even worse than blue fire. Unless you have the purple fire or the Samadhi true fire, it's useless, Immortal Lord Crocodile said impatiently. How will you know if you don't try? Without another word, Yu Qianshou quickly condensed the black fire in his palm into a black flying sword. With a whoosh, it shot directly at the huge body below. In the end, there was a muffled poof. It was as if it had been defeated and could not even stab into the body. It was indeed inferior to the blue fire flying sword. Under Immortal Lord Crocodile's angry glare, Yu Qianshou smiled sheepishly. I tried. It's really useless. The black sword flew back into his sleeve. I'll ask you again. Do you agree or not? Immortal Lord Crocodile threatened. I won't say this a third time. If you miss this opportunity, even if you agree, I won't tell you anything about the purple fire. Old monster, you're playing this game with me. Do you really think I'm scared? Yu Qianshou snorted coldly. I'll let you see how powerful I am. If this doesn't let you die a quick death, I'll agree. With that, he closed his eyes. Immortal Lord Crocodile swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He looked at Yu Qianshou suspiciously and curiously, not knowing what he was up to. Suddenly, he saw a stream of water carrying a fish that weighed more than 5 kilograms. Yu Qianshou opened his eyes and casually waved his hand at the fish. Immortal Lord Crocodile's eyes widened. A lively fish turned into a skinny, dried fish in the blink of an eye. It floated unsteadily between his eyes on the bridge of his nose. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.